Downloading. 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 Downloading.
A planet besieged, their defenses routed, a species enslaved, their homeland occupied. In their darkest hour, unlikely help arrived. A star-crossed alliance.
From the shadow of my father's legacy, I forge my own path among the stars.
Knowledge is nothing without the minds behind it.
Yes, my lord. It's very interesting. Now can we please focus on getting out of this alive?
I hate when diplomacy fails.
You know, I've been told that my bite is worse than my bark!
So your perception check result was a 4? Yeah, everything's fine.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a wonderful episode 34 of A Star-Crossed Alliance. We are gathered here today to discuss how we decide to end up perishing to the enemy. No, I'm just kidding. Hopefully we will be... You know, I'm just trying to keep everybody on their toes. Make sure they're actually listening. But we are here. We're gonna have a good time. Hopefully not dying to enemies. Or maybe we make it extremely epic. Who knows? Only we know in the future. When we actually do the thing. But I hope everybody's having a fantastic Saturday. I'm super excited to play. It's been one whole month since the last time we were able to get the gang together. Woo indeed, Pompador. Woo indeed. If you guys are new here, welcome, welcome. We're happy to have you. This is our long-term campaign where we are a hodgepodge of different collections of species that have crash-landed onto a planet where we have mingled with the locals and have decided to try to help the locals to protect their planet from these imposing threats.
Would you like me to actually... Do you want me to give you the full rundown synopsis? I actually have it written up.
Well, if you want to, go for it.
Okay. So, hello everyone. So this is the Pompador, the resident DM, GM, whatever you want to call me, for it. So the overall plot synopsis for the first season of A Star-Crossed Alliance, because I would like to actually run several seasons of this. When originally creating this, I was like, so how does the form? And I put it to a vote with the crew and everything like that, and they said, effectively, we want Avatar, the one with the blue people, but humans are the good guys. And I was like, all right, I can work with that. So the general gist here is that during a 4-year exploration mission to find viable colony worlds, the human ship, the UTP Belfast, dropped out of a FTL skip jump over the planet Bakishkik. They did not know that this planet was, in fact, not only occupied by sapient beings, but also currently occupied by an invading force. During their survey, they were shot out of orbit and had not noted the enemy vessels coming in due to atmospheric interference, which actually plays a large point of this. Their ship crash landed. They have been effecting repairs, but while that was going on, they heard the plight of the native populace. And, as per usual, there are people in there are people in need, and humanity is going to step forward and help if they can. So, while the majority of the UTP Belfast is effecting repairs, a small elite grouping of members of that crew have been sent out to aid in formulating a resistance and to help the local populace as much as possible in attempting to take back and to rebuke their occupiers. This has been going on for in-game roughly a month now. The party has been attacking enemy supply lines, freeing local populace, rescuing prisoners of import, and have been formulating and generally creating a reasonable resistance. It is a small cell at this point in time, but they have performed enough and have caused enough chaos that the actual powers that be on this planet have now besieged the fortified emplacement that the players have set up. So they are actually in a wave defense against their attackers at the moment, and they are at 3 out of 5 waves. They've only recently learned that this is 3 out of 5 waves complete due to what I will be discussing at the beginning of my last time on A Star-Crossed Alliance. But it has been a lot of fun. It's been a little bit of a slog for getting through the siege portion, but I am trying to break it up with some intense role play, interactions, conversation, prep work, stuff like that, to make sure that it's not just, every session being combat. It is unfortunate, but it is effectively the midpoint of this season for it. They have to defend their position, and then from there we'll finally have the time to strike back.
The Emperor strikes back. Just kidding.
But yes. So, without further ado, we haven't done this in a while, so I'm going to be bringing up the cast members that we have here. Playing Waylon Hart, we have Honor.
Hi.
So, Waylon Hart is the party's expert. I guess you could put him as somewhere between Steve Irwin and, Man vs. Food.
Yep.
I win usually.
Yes. So, Waylon, get that out of your mouth, Hart.
No.
Has been... Sorry. Has been a delight for the party and a headache for others, but a delight for me as the DM to interact with. Next up, playing Vizier, so specifically Vazrid here, we have the Angriest Gnome.
Hello.
So, playing a member of the local populace and a member of the leader caste. So, specifically those that are the ruling variety of the species on this planet. As the Bakishkik are actually a caste system, sort of like ants, and only the top of said caste have a fully actualized ego and sense of self. While the others do have a superego and id, they are very quick to fall in line and follow orders and do not truly have a complete sense of self to operate at the expense of themselves or for their own betterment. Much to Waylon's chagrin, I'll say, at sometimes when dealing with the local populace. Next, we have playing Wilhelm Scream. We have Is Stormbreaker, one of our awesome VTuber buddies that we love hanging out with. They are an awesome bean and are playing a Triskelion alien species and has been acting as the de facto translator and has very quickly become effectively party bard, but also with a giant robot.
Yep.
And finally, last and most certainly not least, playing Hanatra Contesu.
Contesu,
Did I
yeah.
say that? Yeah. All right. Is, of course, Precious Angel Wings. She has very quickly become party mom or party grandmom, however you want to put it there.
She's grandmom.
Trying to make sure that the emotional and physical well-being of the party is taken care of, while also simultaneously being their frontline punch monster.
Yeah. That me. I punch.
So, and finally, last but not least, or lastest but not leastest, is, me. Hi, I'm the Pompador. I'm the DM. I do the clickety-clackety math rocks and tell people to roll for initiative and ask them if they're sure about that. Other than that, this has been a storyline and a universe selection that I created probably 12 years ago, and I'm glad I finally had the chance to actually portray and run this. So other than that, without any truly further ado, unless anyone has anything they'd like to add.
That is all.
Thank you for shouting your name.
You're welcome.
Actually, now that I think about it, is you doing... You normally use it in the form of fear, but is this also effectively the equivalent of you Leroy Jenkinsing?
I will neither confirm nor deny this statement.
Okay, I just... Because it's been niggling in the back of my mind about that, because technically it's kind of you screaming your name while running at things. But, All right. Anyway, other than that, as per usual, so all of the PNGs that you see here are drawn and colored and animated by the lovely and talented Precious Angel Wings. The game system that we are utilizing is a modified Iron Kingdoms tabletop. I'm using the basis of the rules and then my own creatures, my own characters, my own rule sets for classes, professions, everything of that sort, to make a pet project of mine come to life. Assets being utilized are originally either downloaded from Venatru or have been made by yours truly. And finally, we are running on Owlbear Rodeo, a free-to-use tabletop site, effectively. I do not represent any of these companies, corporations, or anything like that. I just think they're really neat, and I like to let people know what I'm using, so if they want to use it, they can too. Now, from there, without further ado, last time on A Star-Crossed Alliance. Having cleared the last of the third wave, the crew has scant few moments to rest and recuperate. Having handled Trill captors using Bakishkik as living shield, more of the ever-present and dangerous Trill sharpshooters, and now groups of Trill zealots driven into a frenzy and setting themselves to explode in thaumic conflagrations. The defensive line has begun to falter. Bakishkik workers have begun to crack under pressure, and casualties are beginning to mount. Even Reek Till has been injured, and the cadre of warrior caste have begun to lose numbers. But a strange port in the storm of war has been found. An unlikely and unliked ally has offered to aid them. Agreeing to a clandestine meeting, the crew came face to face with the last being they would expect or want. Vektektik Vik has revealed himself as a Bakishkik sympathizer and saboteur within the ranks of the enemy, and came with an offer. Capture him in the next battle, and he shall aid them in removing the control of the Scalarians over large portions of the Trill occupiers. Providing the crew with information about the next upcoming wave, Vektektik Vik has revealed much of the Trill's battle plan, placing his hope on the humans to aid in freeing his people as well. Now, with a plan in place and their forces set, Waylon, Hanatra, Wilhelm, and Vizier aim to turn the tide of this battle and rebuke the besiegers once and for all. Will their cunning trap succeed? Can Vektektik Vik be trusted? And what is the ultimate goal of the Scalarians that has been promised to be revealed? Find out this and more on A Star-Crossed Alliance. Party, you find yourself now within the inner compound. Speaking amongst yourselves, among the four of you, you are also joined by Griffin Tyke, as well as having the radio set up so that you may contact Sarge as well as Captain Jason Hawk. If you recall, because this was 1 month ago, so I am giving you a refresher here, you had discussed about the fact that you wanted to make sure to give the main crew of the Belfast notification of the information that you had come across, and to attempt to preemptively formulate a counterattack with the aid of the Belfast if you are able to rebuff the next two waves.
Yeah, I'm glad you remember, because I don't remember much.
Yep, that is fine.
You probably remember more than me, because I remember next to, nothing.
Well, it was a month ago, which is why I take notes.
I take notes too. I just haven't opened them yet.
All right.
I've been trying to find my old soundtracks, because things got moved around on me.
But yes, at this point in time, the party has roughly a half an hour before the enemy will be breaching the tree line and will be coming fully into view. So, during this time, and while you were attempting to get your communications relay up and running by pretty much duct taping it to the side of Wilhelm for the boosted signal, what are you doing?
Standing still as they duct tape it to me.
You stand still as Griffin Tyke is currently slap patching various bits of equipment to you.
Are you done yet?
Almost. Could you hold this for me?
Sure.
Yeah, all right. And left, right, as he begins repositioning Wilhelm, sort of like an old 1990s antenna, trying to adjust the ears on it.
Do you need me to stand a certain way, or?
He is currently muttering something about wondering if anyone has any tinfoil or a coat hanger he could use.
I
Not
don't know
on
what
me,
those things
no.
are.
But yes. Eventually, though, Wilhelm will crackle it to life as he begins to hum and harmonize, and the signal will pick up, and you will be connected to Captain Jason Hawk.
Anybody remember where? As far as I'll try to remember. Because it on my.
I think I put mine on us.
I think it was in the chat, wasn't it? Did we pin it?
You guys put it into the Space Cadets bi-weekly post. Here's the notes.
I mean, I have the characters discussion, but I don't remember what. Like, note to self: this is what we want to do next session. That's what I'm
Oh,
referring
here's
to.
some notes for me. I have 2 notes, none of which are helpful for this situation.
Perfect.
Well, I guess one of them is. One of them's my current ammo count for my flamethrower.
Oh, okay, that's important.
What I recall is while everyone else is preparing a defense, I'm going to be waiting in the forest and performing silent back attacks on the units.
Mhm.
Then yeah, no, most everyone is going to have people located in the most defensible parts. When the accountant gets overwhelmed, we're going to usher and defend the Bakishkikan side and fall back, so that there's going to be a game over box between the 2 smaller turrets, and that is most likely when we're going to capture and or make it look like we've executed. Is it Rick Tiktel? No.
No. Vek Tek Tikvik.
Vectek Tikvik.
Yep. Rickrid Tell is actually Reektel's father. Also known as Ponzi Noble Guy, who is not currently here, but you rescued about 15 sessions ago, and he rewarded you with, by gracing you with his presence, his appreciation, and also a couple of fabulous gifts to Vizier. And then also provided aid to you in the form of, here, use my son and his coterie.
Okay.
Alright, my music's broken. Trying to fix it.
So, from there, I will give you a rundown of the previous things. At the end of the session, you had discussed with and had brought up the fact that you were going to lay a trap for Vectek Tikvik. And you had made the comment that when the obvious trap is obvious, still make sure to advance towards it. And his general promise on that was he would do his best in that situation. However, at the same time, the best way for him to do that would be instead to say nothing and to allow the overconfident individuals to be overconfident. Other than that, he gave you information on the upcoming assault. He gave you as much information that he could in a short period of time. And from there, had promised to reveal the overall goal of the Scalarians for why they were attacking this planet.
Yeah, I see all that.
Okay.
That's written in my notes, but that
Yes.
doesn't answer my original question of what we were thinking about doing in this session, nor do we actually set up a plan or discuss a trap.
You did, in fact, discuss both of those. Your
I remember
plan,
what the
as
trap
such, was to provide a nominal defense at the beginning and to pull back to the second line and eventually over the rock wall that you have, and then to create a, as Waylon had just stated, a game over box, if you will, between the two additional turrets that have seen no action thus far. So the point is a fented retreat to pull the enemy in, thus so you could have a easier use of concentrating your fire upon them. Now, from there, the other thing that you had stated is that your other thing you had wanted to do was to contact Jason Hawk, the captain, and Sarge to let them know to preemptively start preparing for a counter-assault once this siege is broken. So that way there will be less time between your crew pushing the enemy back and them having time to recoup and possibly rejoin back at their main point of defense, which is the spire. And if you are able to quickly counterattack, you can get there before they are capable of shoring up their defenses. Because Vectectic Vic informed you that he had done his best to make sure that the Trill forces have overreached and oversupplied this assault, which has left the defenses of their main area much weaker, and in fact, the weakest they have ever been.
Not only that, but if I remember correctly, now that you're saying all this, yes, it's helping me remember. Not only that, but weren't we also informed that one of the major Scalarians will be arriving hopefully in nearby area in a month, and there is one currently at the Big Spire known as Big 3.
One of the tribunal, the big three of them, the Master of the Spire is the current title he is going by, is effectively the tactician and diplomat, quote unquote, of the Scalarians. He is effectively the current de facto overlord of the planet. He is at that spire.
Right.
From there is the Chymist Supreme, who is somewhere currently on the planet doing some form of various horrible experimentations, and is effectively set up a defensive position somewhere that he is gathering samples, bringing them to, and performing all sorts of terrible experimentations on the local populace as well as local wildlife. Finally, the High Conqueror will be arriving in roughly a month to 2 months, and that is the one that is showing up with the remainder of the fleet.
Right.
So that is your timetable, and with that and the news that Jason Hawk had given you before, this correlates with what Jason Hawk had told you before, that they had heard news that reinforcements were coming to the planet, and that is your hard limit to either A, have successfully taken back the planet so you can mount a defense planet side, or B, have gotten off of the planet and onto the Belfast to be able to call in reinforcements of your own. So you now know you have a 1-month ticking timer.
Which is good to know.
Yes. So essentially the call will be just to inform them of the Scalarians and everything we learned from the Scalarians, and then therefore proceed with
Sure.
planning. That sound about correct?
Yes. So he is. You've got him on the horn, and the horn in this case being Wilhelm. So he's waiting and going, all right, let me have it. Give me my report, sit rep.
I relay the information.
Do you withhold anything?
No?
And do you relay it before asking, is this a secure line?
Anatra wouldn't know.
We know from past experience that any communication that goes through me is a secure line.
Okay.
So
Don't ask me how
the
I
good news
remember
is here. There's nothing more secure than literally using the various resonant links between Triskelions.
That's good.
You will hear from the other side somewhere along the lines of Val declaring, "This is very uncomfortable."
I'd have to agree. Wait. I'd have to agree.
Mhm. So, other than that, Captain Jason Hawk is going to ask the following things then. How are the local populace handling this? Vizier, are you here?
I am.
What is your take currently on the rest of the Bakishkik forces that are allied with you at this point in time? How are they doing? How are you doing?
They are not handling the long-term siege very well. To be fair, most of the time, by this point in most siege combat, one side has given in. This is a bit more protracted than we usually deal with. To the other end, whether or not the Bakishkik will accept this, if it's advantageous to us, yes, of course we will accept it.
All right. The reason I'm asking you of this is because you are the closest that we have currently to one of your local leader population. And by that, I mean not just of the leader caste, I mean those of the controlling political element.
Yes, I have reason to believe that is true as well. That is distressing.
I am just doing my best to make sure that the decisions that we are making are not going to sour relations. I hope you understand that at this point in time, we are doing our best to keep as many of your population alive and safe. It is unfortunate that this protracted siege is causing psychological issues. And we are doing our best, and I do have my doctors working on seeing if there is any form of either chemical or psychological therapy that could possibly be performed to aid them.
It is appreciated.
Do you have any comments or requests or demands at this point in time?
No, not at this time.
All right. Waylon, Hanatra, are there any additional tactical things that you feel need to be addressed?
We may be sacrificing the accountant.
That is an acceptable loss. The accountant would not have been able to be reattached to the Belfast. We had handed that, as well as the other turrets, off because of the fact that they are useful here and would have simply been salvage otherwise.
All right.
They have been modified for ground base, and it is unfortunate that we could not give you better munitions for this. However, the additional 2 turret systems that you have are specifically excellent point defense.
Mm-hmm. All right. With that being stated, we might be requesting that you have a secure facility for a very important and dangerous asset.
All right.
The asset is a someone who is claiming to be a traitor and is willing to help free his people from the Trill's slavers,
You have a defector.
essentially.
Noted. If possible, what I will state is if they turn out to be trusted, we are going to do our best to reward this defection. Perhaps if other enemy forces note how we are treating their defectors, we can increase that number.
The only problem is we're initially going to make it look like we've killed him.
Noted.
And that is so far the agreed upon plan.
Now, will this be is he being executed, or is this going to be a combat casualty?
a combat casualty?
Noted. The fog of war can be quite thick, and misinformation is unfortunately a matter of course. From there, Hanatra.
Yeah.
What would you say the current morale of the team is?
Stressed. Anxious. I know we're all
Hungry?
feeling it. Yeah, maybe a little hungry, but that's mostly just because Waylon's always hungry.
Not true. I wasn't hungry after breakfast.
For all of what, 5 minutes?
It was breakfast. That was 20 minutes ago.
To quote an old Terry movie.
Well, it seems at least you still have enough wherewithal to argue amongst yourselves.
Yes. Sorry, sir.
It is
helps
fine.
keep morale up.
Morale can't be that bad if you can still bicker like this.
True, sir. And apologies.
Was Wilhelm trying to say something there?
Oh, I was making a comment on Waylon's breakfast thing. To quote an old Terry movie, what about second breakfast?
Sure, I'll pretend I understand that reference.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm familiar with that. Either way, we're all feeling the pressure, but this is kind of like the break that we needed. The chance, the hope that perhaps we can. Because otherwise we were just feeling pretty beat down. I feel like that's fair to say.
It's been a rough week or so for you, and that's completely understandable. You're holding the line, you're holding it well. From what I can see, you've held a defensible position against a force easily 20 times your size.
We're doing what we can. Even with the fact that 2 of our original allies have had to be relocated for medical needs.
Well, in regards to that, Vizier,
Yes.
Zip has arrived. He is currently undergoing medical treatment. He is stable, but is currently being kept in a medicated coma to treat their wounds.
Understood.
As for that, I do apologize. I will not be able to return Lieutenant Vanguard to you at any sizable point in time.
He's no longer junior.
What can we say? Commendations and promotions can happen in the field if I so decide.
Fair enough. And tell him I say congratulations.
Other than that, do you have anything else that you wish to discuss?
I
Nothing
don't
comes
think
to
so
mind.
at this time. just wanted to give you the information that we have received from this defector. Is that the word you used?
Defector.
Defector. That way all parties are informed or who are on our side. Hopefully better our chances.
Noted. All right. In that case, do any of you else, Waylon, Wilhelm, Vizier, do you have anything to add before I cut this communication?
Thank you for taking care of my lord.
All right.
Nope.
We will notify you as soon as possible if Zip regains consciousness. And I'll be honest, when he regains consciousness. I'm not a doctor. I don't need to worry about making promises.
Understood and appreciated.
If there's nothing else, I'm disconnecting this line.
All right.
So, Wilhelm will stop buzzing.
Feels better.
No, I'm just looking at
Infernal machinery out for me.
I'm just looking at Wilhelm, and I see that part of the machine is a dial-up, is a rotary dial. That just makes me laugh as a player.
Just the mental image of that. Well, I'll give you a different bit of mental image there, or audible image there. As Griffin Tyke walks up and will grab a hold of it, and in the same audible noise of somebody getting their back waxed, you will hear the loud as the machinery is quickly pulled off.
That's an appropriate response.
From there, it's just Griffin Tyke going, "Oh, quit being such a baby. We know you don't have any tactile sensation."
I can hear the sound of it, though.
Oh, so you're one of those guys that he just stops and he looks, and then he gets that grin
Okay.
as he pulls out a wallet, a Velcro wallet.
Cease and desist. Cease before I use you as AM's target practice.
I think we have a lot bigger problems to worry about than Velcro sounds. She shoots a look over to Tyke. It is not the time.
It will also be at this time that Wilhelm will suddenly remember that Hanatra has in her possession a sound device that only Wilhelm can hear, that is just rap music.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Sarge gave you a selection of various rap songs set at a frequency that only Wilhelm can hear.
Oh, yeah!
Yes, Wilhelm's quote-unquote favorite genre of music.
He had also, if you recall, reminded you that you had his permission to remove food privileges from Waylon and force him only to eat the MREs.
I remember that. You know, I should put that down in my gear so that way I remember that it's there.
Like looming threats. Nutrient bricks only for Waylon.
So mutiny is what you're saying.
Listen, I'm not going to support you if we try to mutiny Hanatra. One, mostly because I think she could throw me.
I might, but I'd rather not test it.
Now, from there, you have no looming threats for Griffin Tyke other than the mom glare, which seems to work just fine.
Hmm.
Oh, yes. Now, from there. That was roughly 15 minutes of conversation. You have another 15 minutes before the enemies will be. You can hear the marching in the distance. You can see the trees shaking, and especially if you are utilizing any of the long range scopes or specs or things like that. So you know they are currently on approach.
All right. So, let's recall what the plan is while we get into position.
If I remember correctly, my part of the plan is that I will be holding back with 3 kill to support the fallback, as that will give me more time to heal my wound.
Yes.
Now, the other thing I will bring up in regards to this is, if there is anything that you would like to change about your positioning, you are more than welcome to do so, due to the benefit of you having a defendable location, as well as your advance warning benefits that you have received from having your base within a single hex of the controlled Aether font. So do not forget that after I post and position the enemies, you will be allowed to reposition if you so choose.
It's good to keep in mind. Thank you.
With where I will be posting, I will turn to Waylon. Waylon, I would like a special request to have the same members of the Fishkit workers that I had last time.
Number 13 and 16, was it? Or was it 17?
And it's all 3 of the ones that are actually numbered.
17, 16, and 13.
Sure.
Perfect. I believe we work all very well together, and they're great warriors, despite being workers.
Alright, so, does everyone remember what they're planning on?
Yes.
Could we maybe include retail in this conversation as well?
Exactly why I'm asking.
I have been listening this entire time.
Very good, Rick Bill.
Of course.
You were listening or just standing there?
Why not both?
I had nothing to add at that time.
Fair enough.
So, Vizier, if I recall correctly, you were going to be going to the north end with your warriors and with Bakon. Did you want anyone else with you?
No, since the only task that I'm going to be doing is putting up a bit of range defense before retreating.
You cut out there. Range defense before
Meeting. Oh, retreating.
retreating. Thank you. Okay. And Wilhelm will be here. Waylon, where will you be?
As I said before, I'm going to be hiding in the tree line,
Perfect.
so I'm going to be out here. If you zoom
Yes.
out. Yeah.
Very good. And you have your cloak?
Yes.
And your silencing do picky jig that you need to flip the mechanism thing on that I had that one
Yes.
time? Okay.
It should be powerful enough. It should still have enough power.
Very good.
Alright, I'm going to preemptively do that, because that's going to actually be silly. And not silly in any actual means here, just silly because it would technically occur. And I will describe that in a bit. Let me know when you are ready for me to commence the next portion. Are you guys putting any of your forces... you have not committed any of your forces to the field at this point in time. I would like to remind you as such, these are your remaining Bakishkik forces, and these are Richtel's forces. Where is Richtel committing his forces? If I'm not mistaken, you had wanted the large
Yes.
biobeats hidden back here?
Correct, behind the rock wall.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's
I hadn't
also
moved
where-
any of the pieces because I was kind of role-playing, having the discussion before we go out
Yep.
into the field.
I understand. I'm just confirming to make sure you are aware that this is something you are allowed to do and are more than welcome to commence.
Here. I will use AMP to represent where I'm at right now. Where I will be at.
So that being said, I would like to leave the accountant open and unhindered by allied forces being in the possible line of fire. And with that being said, I will head to the southern path to try to prevent any southern push while also keeping a major eye. I would like to try to have the radio on, so even though I will be shifted and most will not be able to understand me, in the hopes that my range will be further for Wilhelm to possibly translate.
Now, Vizier, you have one of these radio sets.
I do.
AMP has a radio set. I would like to remind you that the only time you are capable of hearing things, moving forward, I was a little bit nice on it before, you have to be inside AMP to be able to actively use it, Wilhelm.
Got it.
You
All
stated
right.
that last round too while Wilhelm was dying, so we
Yes,
got
I know.
that.
I want to reiterate that. Sorry about that. But here, considering Wilhelm also has the tough ability, I was thinking that things would be okay. Yes. What was that, Waylon?
Oh, I was going to say that we're going to have Riktil. He will be acting as sort of a vanguard for the accountant, so it looks like it's going to be defended. He and his ranged warriors shall be near it. His melee warriors will act as vanguard for the ranged, and behind that, I'm going to have the pistol worker Bikishkik in the trenches, providing
So,
providing covering fire.
I
with-
am, just so you are aware, I am putting his ranged workers here. These are the ones that are armed with their bows.
Mhm.
Please notify me if you would like them in another position.
Nope, that's fine. They will be providing backup for number 3 and his second unit when they inevitably escape.
Yes.
Of which,
I would also like to remind you that Riktil is still injured.
he is. So,
It would probably be best if retail was backed by me. So we can come in and kind of block off, kind of narrow them in a bit more to help you guys out as you guys are retreating.
So, Riktil will declare as follows then. Am I to understand I am to sacrifice my workers?
no,
It-
your workers will merely look as a vanguard. As soon as the accountant looks like it's going to be overrun, begin retreating and funneling them towards the kill box.
At what point in time would you consider that it is to look like it? Because I must make sure their orders are specific, as I will not be within commanding range of them.
When Trill reach the trenches is a time to
Yeah.
start retreat.
That is exactly what I was going to say.
Understood. Into the trenches or to the barbed wire?
They slow down at the barbed wire, so
So-
when they reach the barbed wire.
So one final volley before pulling back?
Correct.
Or, okay. So when they reach the barbed wire, fire one more time, then pull back.
Fire one more time, then pull back.
Understood. He will reiterate that to his. He will also declare if at any point in time it does look as though they will be able to cross through the barbed wire beforehand, one from each unit, he nominates one of each, is to charge the enemy to allow the other 4 of each unit to be able to pull back.
All right. And number
Eeny,
three's
meeny, miny, you.
and number 3's orders are to when the 4 of the 2 units retreat, they are to exit the accountant and retreat and fire.
Understood.
Use the bio beast as cover.
Mm-hmm. Number 3. So number 3 does his best attempt at a salute.
Oh, and Waylon is also going to give him the last 2 fire grenades.
Who?
And his orders are, instead of firing at the enemy, leave these, throw these into the captain. We do not want this asset falling into enemy hands.
Good call.
Solid call.
Understood. So, on the off chance that it's like number 3 declares, an excellent idea, sir. An excellent idea, sir. This one completely understands that if we are invariably destroyed violently and there are no survivors, we will make sure that they gain nothing from this other than our corpses.
No, when you are to retreat, you are to throw these into the accountant and then continue retreating. But if the accountant is sealed off, then yes, you may do that. Sorry, then yes, you are to destroy any and all components and the things I have taught you how to wield the accountant. Destroy that. But that is only if you cannot escape. So, number 3, to reiterate, upon the exit of the accountant, you will throw the grenades in after you and the other Bakishkit have left.
I will declare as follows. Number 3 will reiterate this back to you in a way that you understand, that he understands, that he is not to blow himself up inside of this with the grenades.
Does he know how to detonate the grenades? Before he just throws an unpulled grenade into...
The good news is these are the crack seed pod grenades, which are of original Bakishkik make.
Okay, good. Good. Because that would be awful.
It's just yes, this one will not give his life to make sure that the accountant and the entirety of the crew dies in a fiery conflagration within, and instead will make sure that all of the crew escape from the accountant as he firebombs the inside after they have left, even if it costs him his life.
Close enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Where would we
I
like
believe
the other
you-
soldiers
Enough orders.
and workers?
Vizier, could you repeat that? I could barely hear you there.
I believe you gave them specific enough orders.
Yeah. Here. Overall, I would say this is the best set of orders that have been given to Bakishkiks by Waylon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of which, Waylon, what is your stealth dice pool?
One of the better ones, sneak is 5.
Sneak. Okay, you have a 5 in sneak. So I have a question. Since you will be out there hiding, do you want to use a feat point?
Sure.
Okay.
That's my last feat point. Unless, start of game refresh.
Noted and tracked. Okay, I now know how sneaky you will be and how difficult it will be for individuals to locate you.
I have a question about something that is remaining on the field.
Absolutely.
I'm circling it.
That is a crater.
Okay, because that was the ring of fire previously.
Yes, it was a ring of fire. The fire has gone out, but it is still roughly a 3-foot deep hole in the ground.
Okay.
There might be a crater here.
Do you? That one there, since the majority of the explosion happened inside of the trenches.
You just made the trench deeper.
Yes. While this explosion here happened all around one of the holes. So what ended up happening is the hole, the walls of it caved in and filled itself in a bit, which is why I turned it into an actual crater.
Okay, that's the difference.
This side here was mostly fire.
Are we moving all of the workers to the field?
You may begin to position those on the field, and I will give you the extra time necessary for that. But while I'm doing that, and while you are positioning that, I would. Are you all right with me declaring where the enemies are and beginning to set the scene for that?
That's fine.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to make sure. Give me one moment. Do. And I will let you know that some landmines will reappear. Please disregard them, because I'm just circling the entire force to make it visible. Which means some previously utilized landmines will reappear. I'm going to un-visible them.
Oh, and at this time, could we get the current amount of I think stratagems was the word that we used, that we currently have?
Sure.
So that we know what we have.
We have.
If you could just pin it in chat, in the group chat.
Yep. I'm pretty sure it's pinned, actually.
It might already be, but I forgot if it was or not, so I figured I'd ask. Just to be sure.
Well, this ain't working at all. Hold on. There we go. Gonna do that.
They are. One surprise. Not done yet. Yeah, they're all up to date.
Okay.
So the post
I
from
wanted to make sure they were
3
up to date.
the 315 pinned has been edited. I have since updated it.
The send in Sarge player minimum should be updated.
To 3.
Yep.
Sure.
Because it currently says 4.
Yep, because I
You know
didn't
what?
know it
I'm
changed.
fine with it having to be a universe, a unanimous vote.
I mean, it probably will be anyways.
Yeah, it probably will be anyway.
All right.
Oh, some of these are big.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
hey,
as you are
never mind, I got
positioning yourself, as you are setting yourselves into the area, and have gotten your plan in place, you are moving your troops around, you are getting your supplies, you are checking your munitions. Please make sure everyone has reloaded. You may have a free reload action at this point in time to make sure you are topped off.
All right.
I'm just going to stick with my current tank.
All right, I'm going to remind you as follows, though. Remember that when you run out of fuel in that tank, you cannot reload in combat on AMP.
Quick question then. What happens if I reload this tank? Do I just have a tank that just has less shots in it, or do I get rid of this tank entirely?
No, you have a tank with less shots set to the side, because it's a fuel tank.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
keep that on your character sheet, or I can mark it.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can keep it on my sticky note where I keep my ammo.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Would you like to take an extra fuel tank?
I have all the fuel tanks marked somewhere, I believe.
I still have 4.
Let me check what I have.
At this
Are
point, I believe that should be
people-
3.
Are people
I think
okay
that's
with where all of the workers are currently set up? Or is there any place that you would like to switch? Holy crap, that's a lot of enemies. And don't forget, you can
Reason.
reposition yourself now that the enemies have been revealed, as Pompador was
Yes,
previously
you may
mentioning.
reposition yourselves within reason for that. Now, to set the scene, the tree line is shaking for a brief period of time before instead of the usual shuffling of the leaves and rustling of the branches, instead, you now begin to watch as that central area, tree after tree, the entire forest is being parted and pushed down by a major force approaching. As you spot, much to your usual dread, at least 100 trill of various arms and armaments arriving. So at least 2 to 3 score of the lightly armored grunts, and 2 score each of the heavily armored guards and the heavily armed soldiers, utilizing their better arms and armor. But from there, on either flank, you can see something you have not seen since the supply depot, which is, you see a pair on either flank, the Trillistas, those horrible abominations of what used to be Trill soldiers, having been warped and mutated into living artillery batteries. These have been heavily armed and armored and are now defended by at least 4 squads of soldiers, guards, and grunts, protecting each of those weapon emplacements. But those are not what draw your attention the most. It is the main host that is approaching up through the tree line. As you can see, easily another 60 of the Trill soldiers at there, a mix of the guards, soldiers, and grunts, bringing up the front of the line, followed promptly by 9 bio-beasts. So 2 units, one of light bio-beasts, each one the size of Vakon or larger, and then 4 enormous creatures. As you will see, not only some forces that you have dealt with prior, including the heavily armored Mawmouth that you had encountered before at the Aether Fountain on the top of the mountain, where you had dealt with the very Trill slave lord sorcerer who was over-obsessed with the sound of his own voice and expouted his superiority and touted the accolades that he had achieved, including the fact of having stolen Zip's research on various formulae, as well as being personally responsible for the destruction of Vazir's manor. That Mawmouth. Now, mind you, it is a different Mawmouth since you had successfully killed the other one, but standing at 42 feet tall and nearly as wide, the behemoth of an armored wall of a beast, walking forward, utilizing its 2 main, almost, I guess the best way I could describe it is, if you remember the Dugs from Star Wars, Sebulba, instead of walking on its lower appendages, it has massive upper appendages that it carries itself on, while the lower appendages are closer to a pair of clawed manipulators. The central torso of its body, even though heavily armored, opens into a massive 3-tusked maw with a serrated and split tongue lashing out of it. From there, you see 2 of the Flens flails. These creatures you had seen at the supply depot as well. One of these beasts having gone toe-to-toe and having required not only Lieutenant, at that time, Junior Lieutenant Phoenix Vanguard to hold off, but also the added firepower of Amp and his timely arrival to finally bring down. And there's not 1, but 2 of them. On your right side, viewing this, you can see the lightly armored ones, including yet another Ient Overseer that seems to be commanding 4 light bio-beasts, 2 of which seem to be creatures of the same variety, Ents, but they are in the full armored and shielded variety of the Sentinels. The being that had protected the overconfident Trill Sorcerer at the Aether Font. And finally, a pair of Bell Eyes. These beings you have seen only once, actually during your rescue of Reektil's father. But all of these pale in the largest creature that breaches the tree line, which looks like some horrific, abominable mutation of the Seeklings. And while the Seeklings themselves are only about 8 to 9 feet long, and its larger variety, the Shriekling, having grown from the tiny little, almost worm-like hairs that it uses to move itself about, this thing's body has grown bulbously in diameter, and its fangs have turned into some form of horrific appendages of legs, carrying it in a weird upright, like a bell blossom, keeping its mouth facing upwards as it moves around, effectively utilizing its teeth as legs. It shrieks and flails as you can see a pair of captors poking and prodding it and pushing it in the direction until it gets close enough to the command unit of Vectectic Vic and the two binders that are holding him in place. Before the captors can complete moving it into place, that skin eater, as it was addressed, nabs the two captors in its tendrils, lifting them into the air and smashing them to the ground until they stop moving, before quickly popping them into its upward-facing maw and crunching happily. Finally, Vectectic Vic is fully visible, levitating roughly 8 feet in the air in some form of strange thaumic bubble. And from him, anyone with an arc score can see the thin etheric lines of command connecting out to every biobeast.
You know, assuming I could see this.
Right, exactly.
On the bright note, yeah, for you, everything's hunky-dory. It's just like, why is everyone so anxious?
Yeah, I'll actually look at gesture to number 16. Hey, 16, what's going on?
16 will describe it.
Oh.
There you go.
Alright, does anybody want to move their positioning?
I already have. I moved myself to a more defensive position with a lookout.
I'm fine.
Says
Yes.
Waylon, who is about to step into a trap.
Yes.
Obviously
Now,
not,
from
because
there,
he knows he's there.
I will bring up one thing. I am removing this, and I have already actually removed one full unit, because as the party lines approach, you will hear two sounds. The high-pitched twang of one of the rope traps snapping and grabbing a soldier and just pulling him up into the tree line right next to Waylon, as well as the audible but dull foom of one of the etheric landmines going off and decimating an entire unit of grunts.
Nice. What about this one?
Oh, that one should, that was... I didn't even know that one. That had accidentally revisibled. There was only this one that was still active. So on the bright note, before the battle lines are even drawn, there have been 6 casualties.
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh boy, that's almost my entire group.
Yay!
That is my entire group,
All right.
if we count Amp as a separate person.
my people over a little bit.
Also, I am going to check with the DM on this.
Yes.
DM, am I allowed to have number 16 be a lookout for me? To tell me what is going on further than I can hear.
Yes. You can ask him to do so, or you ask him to do so, and he seems very confused about this, and then Honor commands him to do so, and then he is not confused about this at all.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Can anyone refresh me of what our initial plan was for the capture / not actual killing of Vic? Because I am currently blanking, and I don't
The
have it in my
draft
notes.
is when me and Rick and Till move forward and help create the kill box.
So initially, we need to kill the binders attached to him. They are using Vic as a sort of battery.
Yes, I know that much. I just didn't know what our initial plan was for how we were going to get him off of the battlefield, other than we needed to free him from the 2 binders so that way they stopped having control over all of bio beasts. If I recall that much correctly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
Cool.
I would like to bring up one other thing that I'm going to be putting into play. At this point in time, before initiative is rolled, Vectectic Vic and the 2 binders, technically the 2 binders are forcing Vectectic Vic to activate one of his abilities, and are bolstering it. The entire area, he is starting with 2 upkeeps in place. And this is the AoE of his upkeep.
You may want to make that circle a little bit
I am,
transparent.
yeah. What?
It's very blue.
I do
Yeah.
apologize. I'm working on it. There. It
Beautiful.
was supposed to be see-through. It wasn't, though.
Nope, that's why Wilhelm said something.
Yeah.
That's all.
I was already working. But yeah.
Perfect.
You know, as a matter of fact, I can make it less.
That is a big...
Yeah,
area.
it's huge.
Yeah.
Hold up, how far across is that?
216 feet diameter.
So you're telling me it's more than I can see?
Yep.
That is he has an 18-inch radius ability. I would like to point out what that means is that Vectectic Vic currently has an arc score of 9.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
All right. Before Hanatra shifts, she will come on over the radio and say, "Keep everyone informed. If you need help, say it before you go down. Do what you can. Stay connected. Stay in touch. Keep your eyes everywhere. And good luck, everyone." And then she'll shift.
Okay. And then from there, I'm gonna just do this. There we go. All right. So, Wilhelm,
Yes.
are you rolling for initiative?
I am going to be rolling for initiative this time, so I get the max amount of walking off.
Okay. So, party, roll for initiative.
Oh boy!
2d6 plus your initiative. As a matter of fact, Wilhelm, I don't think you've ever actually rolled for initiative.
Yes, they
know,
have.
I actually did it when I did it 2 other times. When I first joined, because I did not use my I go first ability the first time.
Yep.
And another time, I don't remember what time it was. I think it was sometime during the siege.
Okay. Now, from there, everyone will be starting at 3 feet points except for Waylon, who will start at 2.
Okay.
All right. 22 will be my initiative.
and that will be due to the bolstered, due to you doing the boosted roll for your stealth
Oops.
check.
Ignore that.
Mhm.
I was trying to get rid of the dice.
Good job.
There we go. 20. Oh, thank you.
Waylon and
Thank you, thank
Hanako.
you. Okay.
So you will need to either roll off against each other, or you may choose who goes first amongst you.
Waylon, go
Hanako.
first. Okay.
My turn is going to be.
Standoff.
My turn is going to be. I wait for them to go by, so it really doesn't matter. I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have one thing that I need to declare before initiative.
Mm-hmm.
One thing to declare
I'm going to
before
spend
initiative?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
specific ability I have that I have to declare before rolling initiative.
Yep.
Okay.
So I'm going to have my soul control ability active on. I have active on Vacon already.
Yep. You begin with one upkeep in play. You're able to activate one upkeep formula in play before combat begins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
With that being stated, 24.
Nice.
Oh, good. I was beginning to worry I was still going to somehow be first in initiative.
It's the one thing I consistently roll well.
And with a 23, Riktil will be right behind you. All right. And one moment. I'm having all of the. So I would like to ask, would you like individual units that are with your characters to operate with you on your turn, or would you like everything to operate at the end of the turn?
I'd like mine to operate with me.
Okay.
So just to make it easier, might as well do it for everyone. Instead of having two different
Yeah.
Yes,
Setups.
please.
And there's an ad break, and I'm going to step away real quick to use the restroom. And I'll be right back.
Okay.
Do we maybe, before it starts, do we want to move Reek Till to be like the opposite of me?
You were allowed to reposition.
Does anyone object to me doing that?
Nope, I have to be quiet.
Out of game, does anyone object to me doing this?
I also do not.
We're both trying to move that one at the same time.
Yep, hold on. And he is healed a little bit. So he is still at a lean, though.
That way, there's essentially 2 bio beasts, 1 commander, and 4 soldiers, in quotation marks, on each side.
Okay. And one heck of a turret kill pit. We're gonna call this right here the no-no place. I also do love the idea of just, one Trill makes it and tries to leap over, and this trap somehow.
That would be funny.
Just, oh, I forgot I put that there. All right, but so number 3 is artillery is going to remain as such, and all of the Kishkik workers that are not involved will be there, and I'm just going to have the entire Trill Horde operate on one initiative for the sake of my sanity.
Understandable.
Okay. Wilhelm, roll me a d6.
All right.
Beat a 1.
I rolled
Okay.
a 4.
Good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the Trill Horde a 21 instead of a 22, because that puts them appropriate. Waylon, would you like to give me a navigation check?
Sure. Let me just double check. Open that up. Go back to Iron Kingdoms. Got it.
Okay. Waiting on the roll. Beautiful. All right, that is a critical success there. You may benefit from your ambush ability.
Ah, sweet.
So this benefit will activate when you break cover instead of the first round, okay? And I will allow that because of the, so instead of it being just the, on the first round of combat you gain this, it'll be the first action you make. You will gain this instead. So, good on you for a crit.
Good job.
Yeah.
Also,
that means...
refresh that feat point.
Yeah, I did. I was about to ask.
All right.
Okay. I am back. Sorry about that.
Okay. Now, from there, could you please, Waylon, for the sake of everybody here, could you please reread that skill ability that you have due to your nav map?
Nav. I have the nav map pulled up. Grants a +1 bonus on survival checks, but since this was navigation, I didn't add that +1. This device gives your character current elevation, track directions between set waypoints. If your character spends 10 minutes on a successful survival check of a 14, one party member I elect can benefit from the ambush ability.
Yep, there we go.
During the first round of encounter, this character gains boosted attack damage rolls against enemies that have not yet activated that encounter.
Now, I'm
That's
electing
amazing.
this and giving it to you that you may activate whenever you so wish because it was a crit. You have the option to give this to someone else.
Oh, right.
As this is, the reason I'm giving this to you is because you've definitely taken more than 10 minutes to figure out this plan.
Alright. I'm looking at the ambush ability right now so that I can decide. 157.
It's the boosted attack, and it literally described it in the nav map one.
Yeah, boosted attack and damage rolls.
Yep.
Alright. So not yet activated, meaning this is going to be before their turn.
Now, I will bring this up as follows. What this specifically is I'm granting you the ability to utilize this once as an ambush, either when you break from cover or when this trap goes off. You may elect now, do you keep this for yourself, for you in cover when you break from cover, or do you want to give it to one individual here for when the trap goes off?
I'm going to give it to one individual here for when the trap goes off.
And who is it?
Let's see.
This is a joke. I'm going to state this before. This is a joke suggestion. Give it to 16.
All right, I will follow through on this joke because it is funny.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
kidding.
Please, no, give it to someone else.
It was a joke.
It was for the lulz.
Although it would be hilarious. But nonetheless, it would definitely be It would definitely be, and as a DM and as as your character does have tactics and everything like that, I would state an individual with an AOE effect of some form would be the most would be the one to benefit from this the most. It would be either you or it would be one of Vizier's warriors. Specifically the one with either the flame or the other, because Vizier's warriors would gain a boosted roll, so it would be 3d6 plus the Hand of Fate ability, which would make it 4d6 pick the 3 highest.
Wouldn't Reek Till also benefit from it?
Reek Till is a hand-to-hand combat master and does have an AOE, but he can only use that once, and it requires a lot of arc drawn in.
Oh,
Because he, like Vizier, starts at 0 and has to build up.
Yeah.
Now, from there, I am going to remind Vizier of something. Do you want to drink the Aether Tonic?
I believe I used it already. Let's see.
And while you are figuring that out,
I have 0 doses of Aether Tonic.
okay, just making sure. Waylon, are there any Aether Tonics left in the,
Yes, we have 3.
You have 3. There you go.
Would you like one, Vizier?
I suppose I should have one.
Or 3.
All right. How many?
We're just gonna do one, because if I do more than one, I might die.
Definitely
And
don't die.
My next question is, between you and Storm, which of you would like the ambush bone?
Do not.
since I'm actually part of the ambush, it's probably me.
All right.
Yeah. Please do not give it to me. I will somehow roll 4 ones.
Oh.
I might roll 4 ones, but there's a chance I might not.
Now it will only be 3d6 for you, but you have a higher overall base.
Yeah.
So while Vizier could give it to one of his cadre, who would be able to roll 4d6, pick the 3 highest. Now, the other thing is, this is an ambush bonus. This applies to an attack. So, unlike a normal boosted roll, where you would have to, and I'm letting you know, where your boost would only apply to whichever individual target you nominate, this is an ambush, so this will apply to the entire attack.
Okay.
So, you will get one really good shot at the beginning. Make sure it's a good one.
Make it count.
So, and now what I will say is, audience, if it seems as though the DM is being very nice, reminding people of everything like that, it is because I know how difficult this battle is going to be, because it was originally set for 6 people.
Yep.
Yeah. So am I taking it then, or?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm marking that down. Connor, if you could just send it over what it does for me, so I can.
All right.
Copy it.
Yes, I will write it down on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
You have a few moments. Is there anything you would like to discuss amongst yourselves as this all begins?
I can think of nothing right now except for dread and fear and desperate breath. Anybody else?
I can think of a lot of things. Mostly it's how I should probably get some water break. Get some water.
Yeah, go get your water.
Okay. After I finish writing this down.
Okay.
I probably as soon as my first turn comes around, I might be trying to use a surprise to get more of the traps in this area set back up. Or a not done yet, not surprised.
Okay. My apologies. I have returned.
Okay. I was asking everybody over there, Angriest, if they had any last things that they wanted to do, or activate, or utilize, or discuss or anything that they'd like to say in character at this point in time. Case in point, Reektil is just gonna sit there in the back, taking a look around, giving a brief nod, going, got a really good feeling about this.
Well, I believe I already gave my spiel already before I started using the shifted token. But if we are allowed to suggest things for utilizing the what did you call them, Wilhelm? Stratagems, thank you. We should definitely utilize some of those, such as like the not done yet, or bombardment would also be a good one. Or surprise. Any of those.
Do not forget, you still have one more use of check this out.
Yep. Don't worry, it's in the list.
Okay.
Hopefully we won't need it yet because we are still, you know, 100 and
Currently,
some
we're
odd
just-
feet apart.
We're just thinking things of we need to lower amount of enemies
Rapidly.
as much as possible.
While they're condensed and close together.
All right. So, with that, please, everybody, make sure, grab your drinks, grab your hydration, any bathroom breaks that need to be done, get them out of the way now, if you haven't already done so. And I'm going to give you guys an extra 30 seconds at this point in time to make sure you are all set, and then I'm going to immediately start jumping into this.
Already done. Anybody else?
Go take a bathroom break real quick then.
Alright.
Right. By the way, your local DM with the weather, it raining sideways.
Oh boy.
All right. So, then, with 0% more dithering, now that everyone is back and ready to go, with almost no notification, there's an inaudible, there's no sound whatsoever, but some form of unheard trigger as everyone immediately begins to advance. Almost as if a mental command had been issued out. And Vizier, it'll be your turn first, as you were actually the highest in the initiative order.
Yep. So, upon realizing where all the forces are, we're going to start closer towards the center.
Now, this is why I did ask if you wanted to reposition yourself.
I know,
Okay.
but it didn't make sense for me to completely move out of position.
Okay.
And I don't think they're going to make it across the field in a single turn.
Okay.
There is.
With that in mind, I'm also going to use this time to essentially to upkeep and build. Because as we're walking closer to the position, to a more tactically useful position, I'm going to be using the Ryle ability.
Okay.
To add Fury points to Vakon. I'm going to reave those Fury points. Upkeep upkeep my control spell, my control ability, and then start building up other points. Start building up start building a reservoir of Fury points on myself for the inevitable. I'm going to need these to fight.
Got you.
So essentially, so the most I can rile on back on in a turn is 3. I'm going to put 3 on him, take those 3, put them on me, spend 1 to upkeep the ability, keep the 2.
Understood. Very good. And remember, you can have a maximum of your arc score stored on you. Now, you can pull yourself above that, but you have to utilize anything above that you pull, you will lose at the end of your turn.
Yes. Yes, I know. Which is... We'll get to that.
Uh-huh.
Inevitably, I'm going to have active things on somebody, and and Vizier will be doing his best not to explode due to the arc coursing through him.
Mm-hmm. All right. Please move your miniatures then.
Mm-hmm. Let's do a quick measurement because their movement is 6, 4, 6. Cool. So we'll all move there.
There. I'm assisting. Assisting. There you go. With that, while they are moving, Reek Till is on deck, followed by Wilhelm. Is there anything else you are doing, Vizier?
Well, I already have my bow drawn. Oh, let's give a silly test. I'm sure this won't come back to bite me in the slightest.
Okay.
We'll fire off a bow. We'll fire off an arrow somewhere. It's one of the ones that's exposed, the nearest one that's exposed to the tree line, which I believe is right. Which
Incoming message.
Draven is doing an audience boost. Thank you so much, Eternal.
You have an extra dice to fire to this shot. I'm going to give you a quick measurement. Give me a moment. Quick measurement. It is within extreme range, so this will be at a -5, but you will have a bonus d6.
Fantastic. So 3d6 only.
Okay.
11.
Right? Not bad.
So, which will unfortunately be a tie to the defender here.
Oh my god.
So here, what we will say has occurred is because these grunts only have 1 HP or 1 vitality, so you have hit them, but you haven't killed them. So in a very much aliens versus monsters versus aliens moment, Vizier launches a shot. People can watch it arc through the air. The Trill watch it arc through the air, and he watches it solidly lands in that front Trill's foot. Brief pause, followed by...
That's when you need to use the Wilhelm scream. There you go. Because it's not the mic's not going to pick you up, Pump.
Understood.
Yeah, the mic doesn't lift with its legs.
Nope.
No.
It skipped leg day. I'm sorry.
Understood. Right. Anyway, so that grunt has, you have found that you are at least in extreme range at this point in time, and that grunt has found out that arrows hurt.
Wonderful.
Is that just wind, Pompador, or is that thunder too?
That is wind.
That's insane.
So, advance notice, if we suddenly disconnect, it is because we have lost power.
That could explain my headache. Engine pressure.
Mm-hmm. Alright, with that, Reek Till is going to do very much of the same, but unlike for Vizier, who currently has the Soul Shackle ability active, Reek Till does not have that. So, he is only going to Ryle and Reeve 1 arc off of each of them, because he doesn't want to do too much, as it will... he does not want to accidentally frenzy his bio beasts accidentally when they are supposed to be hit.
Yep.
So that will be the entirety of Reek Till's turn, is going to be slowly building up power. I guess he's currently back here with his hands in the air, asking for everyone to lend their energy.
Beautiful.
That one's for you, DBZ. And also, welcome, Eternal Draven. Thank you very much for the attempt there. That would have been hilarious if the very first thing was just an arrow to the throat. By the way, Draven...
I mean, it's still great.
I'm not sure if you were here for it. I did want to bring up that you have actually adjusted the entire plot with your Last of the Stars Align.
I believe I let Eternal know in a DM.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So, as I have added a secondary mission objective or a new primary objective, however you want to call it, to this because of you, with additional rewards therein. But with that, that is the end of Reek Tills. His archers will be checking range, but will not be firing, and that will be the end of his turn. Wilhelm, it is now you, followed by the Trill Horde.
All right. I'm going to spend a feat point to walk it off.
Okay.
Good call. Good play. Good play.
How does walk it off work again?
You roll a D3, I believe it's D3. I'm looking up walk it off right now.
What?
I actually have a notes section I need to find, and that will help. Rules, status effects, yes, there we go.
I really think that's thunder. I don't think that's just... I mean wind.
Okay, yeah. Alright, D3 plus 1 vitality points is walk it off. A character can spend a feat point during his turn to immediately regain D3 plus 1 vitality points.
All right. I will roll a d3.
Mm-hmm.
And I rolled 4, which I think so. 1?
A 2.
A 2, right.
So if you roll a D6, cut it in half, round it down.
You know what? Let's bring my physique in line with the rest of them.
Alright, there you go. You have refreshed 3. There we go. Now you don't look like you're, made out of paper mache anymore.
Yeah. And then it's just a more explanation to 16 to like, hey, 16, let me know when they get to this trench line, because I think I should still be able to see this trench line, but not much before it.
You can do a measurement on that if you want. But with that, does that complete your turn for a walk it off, or are you doing anything else?
I will be doing... Yeah, it's just a walk it off and then looking to 16, be like, hey, when they get past that first trench line, let me know.
Mm-hmm. So this is the, maintain target, steady. All right, and with that, the Trill Horde will begin to approach. And
no, there is something else I wanted to do.
Okay.
Just to let me.
Yes,
I would like to use one instance of not done yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Not done yet is used.
All right. And not done yet allows you to mark a location and roll a scatter. And then any item, if I'm not mistaken, any expended traps will automatically be reset.
Correct.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
That is correct. Okay. Yep. So
I will be
please,
designating here.
May I suggest that you designate here?
Then there.
And the reason why is I can see the invisible traps that you can't.
Yeah, I guessed about, I know there's a lot of bear traps somewhere in this area.
Yep. So
Bear traps, a couple grav bombs.
Yep. Please, if you would, roll me a d6. So
Downloading.
1 is going to be north, 2, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 are compass points. 5 and 6 will be, and I'm doing, it's d10s. 1 through 8 are the north, northeast, east, those 8 directions, and then 9 and 10 will be, it hits a perfect hit. Okay? So roll me 1 d10. And then a d6.
1 d10, roll a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, and a d6.
5.
5. All right. That is going to... Unfortunately, the direction that you rolled pushed it towards the enemy, so it doesn't get you a whole lot, but it does get you that.
Okay, that's not too bad.
I blinked. Which ones?
1 bear trap and a landmine. The good news is the landmine is right here.
Okay, well, we'll take it where we can.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else you wish to add?
No, that would be it for me now.
Okay.
And you said this is wave 3 of 5?
This is wave 4 of 5.
Oh, okay. So this is the start of wave 4. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you dealt with the massive assault of a couple hundred grunts at the beginning.
No, you're fine, you're fine.
okay,
I
okay,
just
okay.
was trying to recall what you had said previously in this current session. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you. Proceed.
All right. So, as follows, the guards and soldiers that are on either flank will maintain their position while the grunts will advance, which is hilarious because that means that,
Bum!
Yeah. So, I'm going to move them in their line, which means that, and we're going to do some quick rolls. Oh! No.
Oh!
So, this grunt goes, look at a landmine, and moves out of the way. This one goes, huh? And steps right on it, triggering and hitting both of them anyway. This one will actually be able to dodge that, and this one will not. So we're gonna... This one is upside down. They are now aware of this trap here. And we're gonna trigger this explosion right here. One moment. 18. All right. Cool. I'm just eliminating them because I know they have 1 vitality, so it doesn't matter. So, and this guard is splattered with the remains of various grunts. That will maintain movement for that side. That was not what I intended to do. Grunts will begin to advance. Overall distance. It's going to be fun. Let's see. I'm going to move him in there. Alright, I need to just get off of the movement line. So
Downloading.
they move around this because they see...
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you for the Xmas meow meow. It does. It does feel much needed. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I do need to... Okay. Nope, that unit does not, and... Okay, alright. This guard, this soldier here stops and pauses, thinking it heard something, and pans right over Wilhelm. Waylon, sorry. Pans right over Waylon. Because with an 11, he died. And luckily, Waylon has set the DC, so he fails. So, there's a brief but clenching moment. However, what will happen is this one will call out in Trill and will notify the rest of them, pointing in the general direction of Waylon before they disarm this trap.
Don't worry, it was just a squirrel.
Oh, no. Hey, guys, look out! Everyone stops and turns, and Waylon's like, have I been spotted? They're like, there's a trap there. So
I'm
move their way over.
just scenery.
Yeah. And they will advance around that trap. And up. And... this group will advance to here. That is not what I meant to do. They do not double in number. All right.
I'm assuming you'll resolve any landmines after you've moved
Yes.
everything? Okay.
After movement has been resolved.
Okay,
which
so
will
this
be
is all just like
hilarious.
one massive group you're treating it as?
Yes.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Because they actually have a commander at this point in time and have effectively an overmind active, which means that they are acting as one controlled host.
No, I was just asking because you had resolved the other group on the bottom left separately, that's all.
Oh, I did that because it was funny, and also I would have forgotten them over in that corner otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Do. All right, and with that, speaking of landmines...
Pew, 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 pew. And by that, I mean...
placed last time.
I think it's more appropriate to go boo. Oh my...
No.
Oh, a landmine! Huh?
Boom!
I automatically triggered on that side, so it doesn't matter. Okay. As we had yet again an amazing moment of one of them gets a critical success. So you know what I'm going to do? It was a critical success. This one dives outside of the explosive radius with that 6 there. I was like, oh no! I'm going to give him duck and cover for that moment. So we're going to just... Those two will be blowed up, technically incinerated in a violent conflagration of doom, and these 5 here will also.
Yay!
So the one that took an arrow to the foot doesn't need to worry anymore since they have been barbecued.
Crap.
I guess you could say they've been spit and roasted.
Okay.
All right, but that is the base movement of all of the basic troops, and from here, Vectek Tikvik will be floating forward, and the individuals will begin to advance as the mammoth will move to continue, and the flensers will begin to pan out. The flesh eater will slowly advance from behind, and these guys will actually move up into that gap now that that has been dealt with. They are going to check range. Why are you doing it from...
It probably thinks you're clicking the circle, yeah.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to, first off, move that circle there, then I'm going to lock it and hope that will stop it. Yes! Okay. And nothing is in range for them. Okay. The first round is mostly advancement on the way through. From there, Waylon, you are inside of this aura that is currently being manifested, and I will state that it is difficult for you to see. There seems to be almost a malaise or a miasma currently over the area, and as you are watching them move, it feels as though you look up and you see the rustling leaves as some of them are falling. Anything that is disconnected from the trees, as they fall, they are falling much slower.
I use the filtration system used for swimming
Mhm.
to breathe through, so that I don't make as much noise as
Perfect. Now, I will let you know, you are having no difficulty breathing, and it appears as though the trill, which are also in this area, are having no difficulty breathing at all either, but it is definitely impairing your vision.
Understandable. I'm also under a mesh that keeps me cloaked, so I can't
Yes.
imagine that that's my vision.
The other thing is, so what I'm saying is you are currently benefiting from concealment because you are in this AoE, but so is everything else. There is
Sure.
one more effect in play, but you are unaware of what it is, other than seeing the strange effects of, as the beasts tear their way through the trees, any of the falling branches are moving at a much slower speed down.
Interesting.
But it does not seem to be affecting the creatures in any way, shape, or form.
Out of game, I can imagine that this is something. It is a thing that will happen if I just act within it.
All right. But yes, Waylon, it is your turn. And I will let you know at this point in time, it does feel as though there is a distinct likelihood that you might be mildly trampled.
Well, that's not good. Do me a favor. Roll me a stealth.
You currently have. You are currently keeping your sneak check.
Okay.
I have that still listed.
Then I will use. Let's see.
And while this is going on, Hanatra, you are on deck.
I'm aware.
I will. I will use my movement and survival. Can I use survival to gauge where the feet will land, and I will be where they won't?
I will let you make a survival check. It is going to be pretty difficult for you to do this. I'm going to say that you're looking at about a, we're going to say a DC 15 for this.
Mostly what I want is to crawl through them slowly on my belly. And yeah, I'll still go with the survival check to this DC 15. I'll use a feat point.
Okay.
So it's 3d6 plus, I believe, 6. Yes. So I'm gonna roll DC 17.
With a 17, so I will let you put yourself on this side if you so wish.
Yeah, so you just the Waylon. He's got the mesh in his teeth, and he's just slowly crawling as the kaiju-sized enemy stomping around him. One nearly crushes his face, and he pauses, and then he goes where the foot was, and makes his way to here.
All right. I'm going to say here because I don't want you landing in that.
Okay.
That would be funny, though. But that would be funny for me, not for the party.
Yeah. So, if I wasn't going to be trampled, I was going to use a detection check. But not getting trampled is more.
Yes. Now, I would like to bring up this rope trap will trigger under the Molmoth's foot and will just tear itself apart.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Molmoth looks like it has a tendency to break trees as well.
All right. Does this end your turn?
Unless I can make a detection check. Yes.
And that detection check will be for?
See if there are any other hidden units,
I will allow you to make a detection check.
guarding, to see if, guarding kaiju. I say kaiju, but they're bio-based. So detection of... Oh, that's also a 6. 15.
All right. You are confident at this point in time that the area that you can see, anything in that area, is all that you can see is seen.
Okay.
It would be difficult to see past the massive pile of meat that is all of these, but everything within your appropriate view that you have seen so far has been open and displayed.
All right. Oh, yep, that's it for my turn.
Okay. With that, it is Hanatra's turn.
Mine's gonna be quick, easy, because I don't have super long range. But after shifting,
Mm-hmm.
I have a movement of 30, I believe.
What's your speed?
Speed is 6.
So 36.
Okay, 36. So I'm going to double move instead of
Okay.
firing.
So that's 72.
So first move is going to be to here,
Uh-huh.
and then from here into the tree.
Okay.
Say
Utilizing
about
Pathfinder. Very good.
36. Yes.
All right.
Using the trenches as cover.
Uh-huh.
And as she runs by the Bakish kick, she'll signal stay. Wait for command.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Next on the initiative is the Accountant powers up, and it will attempt to utilize an AoE blast.
Yes! Do it, accountant!
And will miss terribly. Not only due to the low roll, but you will watch as this beam fires forward. The second it hits here, the normally instantaneous blast, you will watch strangely the energy and light slow to nearly a crawl as it makes its way towards the others, and they will be able to easily move out of the way of the resulting explosion.
Oh. Cool.
After a brief moment of silence, followed by a pause, number 3 is going to pipe up over the radio and just going, this one would like to report there might be something wrong with the cannon.
I can't reply back.
Mhm.
What do you mean wrong with the cannon?
Like, it's not this one would like to report explosions are supposed to be fast.
Huh.
From there, it will now be the Bakishkik's turn, and adding credits to this, these Bakishkik here will launch a volley of arrows, and as they pass through and land in here, they will fall slowly towards the enemies. And I'm now going to roll 10 times to see if I get a double 6 on any of them. All right, and unfortunately, so anyone that is currently capable of viewing will see the volley of arrows will, as it hits that dome, that bubble, all speed is lost on these arrows. Their trajectory remains the same, but they're coming down at almost like a walking pace would be the best way to describe it.
Did the explosions look normal though?
The explosions moved slow too.
Okay.
Now, on the other hand, the landmines they exploded completely normally.
Tactile.
At this point in time, with weird thaumic shenaniganery going on, it's at points like this that the party tends to miss Zip's ability to give a rundown of what actually is happening.
Yeah.
But with that, there will be... These ones here are holding their range in check at the moment, as there is nothing currently in range for them. As they've also been told, obviously not to fire until necessary. But, with that, it is now Vizier's turn.
Okay.
And I'm very happy to say that we got through an entire round of combat in 10 minutes.
Good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so similarly to... So the upkeep process is going to be... I'll spend a point upkeeping Soul Shackle.
Mm-hmm.
Rile for 3. We'll pull... Boy, I can only handle 2 more at the moment, so we'll just pull 2 more and leave 1 back on.
Okay.
I'm sure that won't be a problem later.
Well, it's currently not a problem.
It's currently not a problem. That's true. We'll move our team over to here.
Mm-hmm.
And then, once we get over there, I'm firing another shot.
Okay. Who are you nominating as your target?
We'll go with... Well, let's not do draw. Let's go with, again, yeah, this one right over here.
Okay.
And let's put it back on down. So, with that... Is that still classified as extreme range?
It is still in, what is the range on your weapon?
That's a great question. Let me go.
RNG?
10.
10? Okay, yes, still extreme range.
Fantastic. Wasn't a double 6, so I miss.
Yep, that is fine. So another shot is made. Now, on the bright note, the good news is your plan is currently to make it look like you're attempting to defend, and thus far it does look as though the opposing unit, the opposing horde's defensive nature against ranged attacks is working. So, on the bright note, it's not like you guys are missing on purpose.
Hello, Cyan. Welcome, welcome.
I am.
That's certainly true.
You miss every shot you don't take.
Mm-hmm, and you're not taking any.
Well, by that matter, me and Reek Till are also missing all of our shots.
I mean...
No, Reek Till is currently poking the bear. In this case, the bear, though, happens to be his own bio beast to go, come on, give me energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to throw a spirit bomb.
Literally. Hey, it was a heck of an attack last time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But okay.
But yes, so the first few rounds of this are, of course, going to be movement and repositioning and everything of that sort. The good news is, at least this time, Vizier and Vatcon are, in the middle or soon to be the thick of it, instead of all the way off to the side, like, unfortunately, the last 2 waves. I am sorry.
Yep.
Into the thick of it.
With that, Reek Till doing the same thing, and then Reek Till will whisper into it, just going, is this thing on? I am topped off.
Yay.
Wait,
Good to hear.
sorry, I am topped off over?
there will be an audible grunt that comes in as if it's a sound of approval.
Okay. But yes, with that, that'll be Rictil's turn. Very quick, it's like, all right, Vizier, I move, I top off. Rictil, I don't move, I top off. Wilhelm, your turn.
Same thing. Talking with my little squad of 4 here, being updated on what's going on above the trench line.
Okay, they will describe, they're moving, we fired arrows at them. This one would like to report that the arrows are acting weird.
And then spending a feat point to, once again, walk it off.
Okay.
And I press F1 instead of 1. One moment.
Mm-hmm.
And rolling D3.
Yay! Heal 4.
Okay, we're gonna do this by eeny, meeny. We're just gonna do 1, and then I want my intellect back.
Now, by the way, real quick, what are your racial abilities, by the way? Your species abilities? I know you get tough, and what was the other thing?
You'll have to give me a second. I don't know which ones are my species ability and which ones are for my class.
It would be at the very top.
I have them. No, those ones appear to be my class ones.
Okay.
I have. I believe my other ones are Shriek. I'll hit the deck. I know is one of them. I believe that one's for my species.
No, that is not. That is part of your pilot ability.
Okay. Then I believe it's Shriek, Tough, and Heroic Ballad. And Heroic Ballad might be from Shriek. No, Shrieker's from class again. So as far as I know, just Tough. That's what I see.
Okay. Just making sure that you knew this. So, make sure to remember moving forward Tough, because it would have saved you before. I was just being nice, making sure to apply that last time.
Okay.
All right. Now, from there, does that complete your turn, or is there anything else you wish to do?
Yeah, that will end my turn.
Okay. Wow, we moved halfway through in 5 minutes. Noted. Waylon, you are on deck. And I'm just going to start doing this as they will approach as follows. You know what? We're going to just do this. Oh, hey, that's going to be real fun. Give me a moment. And because I'm just going to work my way down, I'll do that.
A fumble.
Oh no.
So you will hear, look out, grenade, or look out, a landmine, and one will dive away from a dead landmine directly onto a live one.
Oh.
So I'm going to remove an extra one from there, just because.
Okay.
Because nat ones are nat ones, and nat ones should be funny. All right, from here, we'll advance. I'm going to do outer corners as... Oh, they have no idea what they're in for, but they are going to attempt to regroup, like so. This unit will remain exactly where it is. There we go. That is the 2 outer edges have moved. We'll advance up. That'll be funny next turn.
No, I think there's going to be a funny this turn.
All right, and get all of these. And as fortunately, but also unfortunately, they are locating every single one of the landmines with their faces, but unfortunately, it's the grunts that are locating every single one of them with their faces. The Iants, the Bale Eyes will be here. These guys are going to move to the sides here. We'll be moving to either side here. These ones will move outwards to allow the Overseer to decenter. No other explosions there. This will advance, starting to spread outwards. And to maintain within appropriate distance of their controller. But the good news is, Waylon, you are now free and clear in your area. Next up, the Mortrals, having taken their turn for their range-finding ability, will be making attack rolls. This, sorry, not Mortral, Terrellista will be attacking at this line here, firing a volley of what can be best be described as, I guess, 18-inch long spikes being fired out of the backs of those creatures. Having taken a turn for range finding, it will be a boosted roll. It is not within their extreme range. So, this will be possibly rough. We will find out. And with an 18, that will hit. And as it is a volley, it will be 1d3 plus 1 targets will be hit. So 3 of them will be struck on that unit. As the volley comes down, 2 of them, 2 of the worker cast will be obliterated, impaled horrifically on that series of spines. The furthest one out of the reach will be heavily injured, catching one through the lower torso, the lower thorax, but somehow miraculously is still alive, barely. This Mortril here will attempt to fire upon them. This is extreme range, but it is boosted. So it'll be a flat 3d6. What is the, so here, actually 14 is enough to hit. Drat. All right. 14 is enough to hit the worker cast. It will be a volley, so plus, okay, it will only hit 2 of them. Okay, as the center one will be, yet again, pin-cushioned horrifically as dozens of these long spikes will fall through the air and will strike them, tearing them apart into a gory mess, with this one on the side only being in the periphery will be struck 3 times, but all along the arm, losing one of its main claws as well as the manipulator arm, but is now heavily wounded, but still standing.
Okay.
Mortrals have fired. The grunts will not be shooting, and the soldiers are still out of range. From there, the 2 Bale Eyes will begin their movement, as you will watch as the pupils on these the strange, horrific, almost goat-like central irises will dilate, and what can best be described as you will watch the air itself rot as a beam will fire through the area and will strike at the front of the accountant. They will attack twice with beams that are effectively entropic in nature. And that is not the bonus that they have. Hold on. All right. With the outside of the accountant being struck at least once noticeably, but no lasting damage will occur, but you will watch strangely as even the futuristic metal of the outer hull of the turret begins to corrode ever so slightly as almost years pass by in the blink of an eye. That will end their turn. Waylon, it is now your turn.
It is. Well. What?
With Hanacha on deck.
Let's see. No. I can't risk giving away my position just yet. So for now, I'm going to, with understanding that my vision is still impaired, going to continue looking for further troops that are backing up. Protection.
Give me a detection check.
Here you go. A 12.
Okay. So, with your previous roll and this roll, I would like you to make me a survival check. You may add a bonus to it based on your big game hunter. Oh wait, no. That's just your survival. But just roll a straight survival check.
Okay. 10.
Okay. This creature here, there is something strange about how it's acting. Like, here, you have noted that even though it was, here, look, it moved from here to here, it kept stepping towards you before moving.
Well, that suggests a level of intelligence that, no, these things should all be controlled. Is its behavior that much different than any?
None of the other biobeasts have done that.
Could this one have sensed me somehow? And for some reason not alerted? Right now I'm going to mention that Vec Tech Tik Vic is asserting his influence as much as he can. And he knows where I am. So he's made it a little bit harder. I'm not going to, if that is the case, I'm not going to sacrifice his efforts and fire yet. I'm going to wait till everyone is firing and then start firing from the back. So my shots get misinterpreted shots from the.
Understood. All right. Is there anything else you would like to do this turn?
Nope, I'm just keeping calm and keeping my breathing steady.
Okay. Noted. With that, then, it will be Hanatra's turn. And this is, just to note, this will be the last turn before the full force is within range.
What do you mean the full force is within range?
Currently, only the longest ranged individuals of the Horde have been capable of lobbing attacks. Next round, that will no longer be the case.
Okay. Like I'm like in the bottom of initiative. Anyways, Hanatra's grunts and her Tandrish will come over the radio, essentially saying heavy casualties, long distance fire, dwindling numbers. And after stating that, hoping that the message will be transmitted and understood, she will fire a shot at... Where is the pointer thing? These guys.
Okay.
To... We're just gonna go with an RBP-6 blaster.
Okay. Is that the base damage one or the knockdown one?
This is just a regular
Okay.
blaster. This is not
Okay.
woof.
Got you.
And hopefully that shot will lure them in her direction.
Mm-hmm.
Where she has cover. Hopefully.
And traps in front of her, I would like to note.
Exactly! That's kind of why I positioned myself there.
Look, I saw what you were doing, and I appreciate what you have done. So please, make your attack roll. The good news is, even if you miss, this is probably going to be good for you.
2d6 plus RNG?
No, 2d6 plus RAT.
RAT, thank you.
Yeah, RNG is your range, RAT is your ranged attack.
That's 11.
Okay, so with an 11, and I'm actually going to make a detection check there. Because you are in cover. And with a 12. Alright. Odds. Evens. Okay. So, in that case, I will state that one of the shots will hit. I will allow you to roll damage.
Damage is POW
Yep,
plus
POW
2d6.
plus 2d6.
That will be a 12.
Alright. So the POW is only 6 on that?
I'm sorry. That is incorrect. What did I previously... 4, 5, 6, plus 10. So it'd be 16.
Alright, there we go. Please nominate one of them.
This one.
Okay. Thank you. You may let go. Now. Alright. You effectively pop up out of the bushes, do an ambush shot. These guys kind of jump scare for a moment as the one in the middle is just blown away with a shot to the gut, drops to the ground. The other ones angrily look at you, draw their weapons, and look like they're going to charge next turn.
She turns to the Bakishkik and signals flee. Retreat.
Okay. Their response is, don't need to tell me twice.
Roger, roger.
There we go. They will move. This will be theirs, which will actually get them out of extreme range. So, but I'm going to actually just preemptively put them here.
Okay.
Because they'll do a double move. And I'm going to say that they will pass their jump check to leap over the barbed wire.
Okay.
Since they get boosted jump rolls. Anyway, so...
And these guys here?
Oh, you want them to flee as well?
At least this guy.
All right.
Thank you.
Run away! Run away!
Yep.
They do not do the that these will do. Yeah. All right. Does that complete your turn?
That is my action, and I'm not going to move.
All right. Number 3 will declare. This one would like to report that the accountant has received damage. The damage is minimal. What was this one supposed to say? All sensors still reading green?
Beautiful.
Waylon is proud of him. He is supposed to say that.
It's just, I feel like it's like, inside, and all I can see in my mind is, instead of, the inside turret and everything like that, like, on screen and everything, doing the whole, like, Star Trek thing, there's just number 3 just kind of hunting and pecking, just, like, single finger pushing buttons and, like, looking up.
Yep. Like someone learning computer for the first time. Click, 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 click.
All right. But they will declare that, and they are going to attempt another shot. They're going to do an AoE, trying to target it here. There we go. And unfortunately, so they are rolling flat D6s at this because of the penalties that are currently in place. And with an A, it is actually worth rolling the... They have missed by that, so it is going to be 2d6 and a d10.
I am
Straight in. 2d6. 7 down. All right. The blast is going to hit here, and so you can see, blast will land there. So the Sentinel will have to soak some damage. That is going to be for the turrets. Okay. So, a shot will ring out from the cannon as it turns to swivel and will fire instead of the lobbing arc that it did last time. It attempts almost a point-blank shot at the 2 bale eyes in front of it. But as soon as it hits the bubble that surrounds the various approaching forces, it is peeled off to the side as the shot will veer wide and will zip past the 2 bale eyes and will crash into the ground behind the Sentinel here. However, the explosion is not without merit, as this blast will riddle the Sentinel with shrapnel and will damage them for a surprisingly decent amount, doing, and I'm going to mark that there, a sizable amount of damage to their physique stat. Actually filling the entirety of number 2. Okay. Noted. Okay. Oh,
Nice.
Also, hold on, and is not prone. Ooh.
And that was
Downloading.
That was number 3.
the accountant.
Yes.
Nice. And why did that not go off?
Don't worry, I'll do it.
There it is.
I just realized something. I had 3 stress balls when we started this siege. I'm down to 1.
Sounds about right.
My other one ripped in half last time.
Here, I'll do this for you. One moment.
Explosion.
Cute.
Paul was not amused.
I know I'm cute. I'm adorable.
Oh, with number 3, we will be back at the top of the initiative. We will state at this point, number 3 will be reporting in successful. Number 3 will declare, this one has scored a hit, but it wasn't what I was intending to, so I guess I missed.
Wait, what about the Kishkik workers that aren't near anyone?
These guys here?
Yeah.
Okay, I will roll for them, but I literally need a double 6 for any of them to have a chance of a hit.
Couple doubles in there.
No double 6s, though.
Nope.
And that is the problem, because currently, so here, now that you are seeing this, there is a deceleration effect in play. All ranged attacks targeting the allies of the Trill allies within that AoE are benefiting from a +2 defense against ranged attacks. They are also benefiting from concealment due to Fog of War, which is giving them an additional +2 defense.
Which we could fathom based off of the descriptions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
But still,
It
you can't just say it's not gonna hit without trying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the thing is, technically, the Bakishnik warriors need a 12 on 2d6 to hit.
Uh-huh.
The Bakishnik warriors.
I mean, they might be warriors.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. The major benefit of being a worker caste is, since they do not have a actual self-idealized ego, it means they actually do not suffer from anxiety.
Must be nice.
I don't suffer from anxiety. Anxiety makes me. Anyway.
But yes.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
What doesn't kill you puts you in therapy.
Yes.
But yes.
Alright.
Now, with that, the opposing units have approached further. The only other thing that will be happening is this, the Overseer here, will be tapping this individual, the Sentinel, and will then, the Sentinel's eye will glow for a brief moment, and then the Overseer will glow. You've seen the Overseers in past combats utilize this strange ability where they can effectively activate, and Vizier would be aware of what is happening here. Every bio-beast has a internalized ability, much like Vakon has the spiky growth ability.
Mm-hmm.
The Overseers do not have an ability of their own. They have the ability to utilize other bio-beasts' abilities. But with that, I wanted to explain that because it is Vizier's turn, and they are large enough that you can even see them at this distance.
Oh, certainly. And unlike the rest, I am not immune to anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll start with our standard upkeep.
Okay.
Spending a fury point. We will boost. We will upkeep the shackle ability.
Mhm.
We will.
You do not require riling, as you still have 1 point left to reeve.
I do, and trying to determine whether or not we're going to get. Probably not going to need it yet, but we'll do it anyway. In the meantime, I will take. Well, that's it. That we're going to do for points. I'm going to. I believe I'm required to move firing.
Sorry, what?
If I remember correctly, am I required to move before attacking?
You may move, then attack, or attack, then move. You cannot do move partial, attack, then move the rest.
All right, that's what I'm mixing up. Thank you.
There is no
We
spring
will-
attack or shot on the run, unless you actually have the ability that lets you do it.
Understood. Now with a range of 10, I believe there's still. Yeah, I guess that's range 10.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll try again.
Mhm.
It wasn't a double 6.
All right.
It was barely a single 6.
Yep. So, another shot will happen. These grunts here are feeling pretty lucky, the dumb idiots, as they have survived several shots from a lone Bakishkik leader cast, but also several explosions.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. I mean, quite literally, I'm not even taking the time to aim at them. I'm just firing while walking.
Yep.
We'll see if they understand the difference. And what we'll do is, instead of doing a full set of movement, what we're going to do is the 6 of us are going to do a half set of movement. Far side of us. So can move. So Vakon can move to there. And then the rest of us will essentially flip position.
Okay.
And then we'll have, because as you said, they are beginning to get close. I'm going to have one of the warriors activate his the armor boosting ability.
All right. And I would also like to note that you are currently in a crater, which will give you +2 defense.
Fantastic. So we'll be activating the ability Shield, +2 armor to all allies within range.
Noted. Noted. Done.
I've already made my attack, so that's the extent of it.
Right, and this is supposed to be here. Sorry. All right. So, with that, Vizier, that is your turn. Reek Till will pass their turn. They are doing nothing at this point in time, other than at this point, you do tend to turn down Reek Till's volume a little bit, because now he is in excruciating detail describing how he expects this trap to go off and how valiant he is going to look, and is very much just tooting his own horn to his own coterie of warrior casts that are here.
Okay.
But that is pretty much the entirety of his turn. As he is fully charged, he is fully ready. He has no other abilities that he can prep at this point in time, as unfortunately all of his major abilities that he has, he will need to pop off when it occurs, which will be specifically ignoring terrain or other abilities therein, aka speed boosts.
Okay.
So, but yes, it's very much I cannot wait for them to close within the point where I can countercharge into them, and it shall be glorious!
Beautiful.
Wilhelm, it is your turn.
I am going to. First off, I'm going to be one of the few people that's not turning Reektail down on my radio. Instead, I'm going to start taking mental notes on what he's saying, because it sounds like it's going to make for a great song.
Okay, very good.
And then I'm going to use my last beat point to just get myself back up to full health, and I'm going to walk it off one last time.
Here, they're very much along the lines of, so he is, what you will be hearing is a Bakishkik variety of the "we will drive the enemy before us," and hear the lamentations of their females.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. And roll that D3.
So what is it? Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women.
That is the Conan phrase.
Yes.
I got a 5.
And that was for 5 for a what? Sorry.
A walk it off.
Okay, there you go. You rolled a 5, so that is an additional heal 4.
I have 2 left, so.
Okay. And I do believe that is your third walk it off, so I believe that is all of you. Yeah. You are. Congrats. You have healed yourself completely. You may now remove that penalty.
Whoa. Where did I have that penalty down?
You had the grievous wound issue?
I have apparently forgotten to save that, so.
All right, well, good news is you don't need to apply it anymore, which was until a point in time in which you had been able to completely heal yourself, you had some additional penalties that were floating.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just the continual of checking in with number 16 again, being like, hey, are they to that first trench line yet?
Yeah, they're almost to the trench line. A few more of them have blown up. The ones that are mostly giant eyeballs are currently looking really angrily at the turret, and the turret is starting to turn strange colors a little bit, but then the turret decided that it was going to tell them it didn't like that, and it blew up one of the things in the background, and it fell over, but it looks like it's getting back up now.
Thank you for the report, number 16. And with that, I end my turn.
Okay. The Trillhorn will advance, and by that I mean the very first thing that happens is these ones will declare a charge. Which means that one will be going straight into a trap. We're just gonna remove that one for now. This one will actually be able to get. This one, well, so here, I'm gonna actually, hold on. 1 upside down. 2 upside down. This one will make it. That one will make it. This one will have to go around. So 3 upside down. So Hanatra, you will be attacked twice.
Mm-hmm.
First attack. What?
Wow.
Wow.
Speaking of those double sixes, yeah, sure. Let's hit the allies.
And unfortunately, this was a charge, so the damage will be boosted.
Does that beat my defense?
They rolled a double 6. They auto hit.
Okay.
So a double 6 is the equivalent of a nat 20, but harder.
Can I countercharge?
They countercharge is if they are charging someone else.
It doesn't specify that. It just says when an enemy moves within 36 feet of me, I can charge.
All right. I will state that if you do countercharge, your countercharge will go off before their charge, which means that the other 3 enemies would not end up in that trap.
Noted for another time then.
Okay. With a total of 15 damage coming at you. What is your armor?
11.
I believe it's 14. I would like to
Oh
remind
yeah,
you. you
Flesh
are
of
shifted.
Steel, 14.
There we go. So with his mighty critical strike, he does 1 damage to you.
Stone.
It will be to your 4, which I believe is your agility.
Yep.
Okay. The second one that is declaring that charge will miss terribly. Hanacho, where would you say that this wound has occurred?
Since it's agility, it makes sense for on the legs.
Okay. Which also does make sense considering the fact that you are 9 foot tall and they're 4 foot nothing. So, the grouping of 5 surviving Trill Grunts will charge forward, 3 of them immediately being lifted into the air, one of them staggering and stunned by the fact that without even attacking back, you've already eliminated 3 more of their number, as he will flail ineffectually. The last one, though, will lunge forward and will stab as hard as he possibly can with an amazing blow getting through your guard, and his blade will pierce perfectly a ½ inch into your skin. The Trill will look down, and then will look up.
Sinatra just smiles down at them, baring her teeth.
You will hear an audible meep. Here. I have sent you a meme.
I recognize the face. I don't even need to click on Discord to see that gif.
This, the bad news for this poor thing is it is now immediately regretting its life choices. The good news is it won't need to regret them for long.
Nope. Lights out soon enough.
Now, from there, this entire unit here will advance. But because they are advancing and because it is an artillery unit in the back, it will not be able to fire this turn. Actually, you know what? It will... turn to here, and it will wheel as it will attempt to make its way... Oh my goodness.
You're undoing your actions.
I know, but I undid too many times while I was trying to redo other actions. But they will move to here. That will be their entire turn. The Trillista, having had to stand up and inexorably lumber its way forward, this large piece of this living artillery practically wheezing, trying to carry its own weight, as it is jabbed and prodded from behind. These ones will make it to the barbed wire. I am stopping these ones right here because there's... Let's see if I can roll on 2d6 4 10s. And if so, then they will all successfully... So, no. All right, immediately. As the blast trap here will instead knock them all back and on their backsides. As every single one of them, their advance will be stopped immediately. And as for the last one, and this one will run up and immediately get eaten by a bear trap.
Aha!
Crunch!
And I will now remove that. But yes, so out of that advance, 2 have made it, 1 has made it very close, but is definitely within range of those worker casts, which is going to be a very bad day for them. Also considering, oh wait, they may have a chance. Other than that, the other Trill artillery, the artillery, if you will advance further forward out of cover and will turn itself to face towards Vizier. But that will be the entirety of its turn. With that,
Like that.
With that, this grouping here shall continue to advance. I'm going to just move the entire host forward. And then I shall move the other ones in just a bit. But I'm trying not to take the landmines with it. And of course, I took some things. Where was it? It was... yeah. All right. And I will move this. Lock you. Oh my
I
goodness.
believe this is where the fun begins.
Okay.
Can't you just
mildly-
lock the smaller circles before moving everything else, so that way the smaller circles
I
get locked
thought
where
I had
they
them
were?
locked, but when I had unlocked the other one, it had unlocked everything. Yep, those all got unlocked. I am relocking them. It is delightful, and by delightful I mean annoying as all get up. Anyway,
Do you, if you don't fill in the big circle, does it still count as you interacting with the
it's-
big circle?
it still counts as filled, even if it is empty.
Okay.
Okay, so in a moment of bad news for you guys, this one Trill here will successfully leap over the jaw trap. In a moment of good news, though, that means that the Bale Eye will step on the jaw trap.
Let's see if it sets it off.
And it most certainly does set it off. And for the first time ever, I actually need to roll damage on these jaw traps.
Yeah, because most of the time they just get grunts.
Yeah, you know, which have 1 vitality. So this will be that plus 14 for a 23. So it's actually worth me to roll the d6 and add it. Let's see. 3. Okay. That one has taken some damage. And since it has taken some damage, I'm going to have to... That one is stuck, at least for 1 round.
Nice.
On another note, let's do the other things that were important, which were... Yes! Alright, we're going to just get rid of that, and we're going to just do... Fact. as that landmine went off. And that as that landmine goes off. As a cacophony of explosions are starting to occur as they are moving through the second line of landmines at this point in time. That one will actually move around it and will notify it for everyone else, as he's the only one that would have triggered it. Okay. And that jaw trap will go off and will end that one. Is there anything else that I have missed? Ah, yes. Hold on. And with a 9, so close, but that one will have been eliminated because this bear trap would have gotten him first.
What about this
Aren't
one?
you happy about all these defenses you guys have got? And thank you very much. That is an excellent point. There you go. I'll roll twice. Okay, so the first one, the grunt will dive out of the way and will be able to successfully not trigger that, which means that those 3 soldiers will be blown up instead.
Also, I
Maybe.
have a question about a stratagem.
Yes.
For, like, the... Let me pull it up here.
If you're about to ask if not done yet, can reactivate traps that are currently directly under someone, the answer is yes.
That was not my question. My question was in regards to bombardment and whether or not it needed to be dependent on where I am on the map, or it can just be, this is the location I have dedicated it to.
It is where you dedicate it.
Okay, thank you.
You are giving coordinates. Now, from there, all of the frontline movement is complete. This one will take its turn to stand up and will advance, and that will be the entirety of its turn. It cannot do anything else. This one will yet again keep trying to move towards Waylon a little bit, but will stagger its way around and to this side to protect that flank. This one here will now double move its way up, and the mammoth here will advance. Oh wait, I needed to. That was already triggered and killed 3 soldiers.
Should this one also be disappeared, by the way? Or...
Yes, thank you very much for reminding me, as it had knocked all of them on their duff.
You are welcome.
That Flenser is getting very close, the Flens flail, to the line at this point, and so is the mammoth. This one will advance to here. And I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Okay, movement is complete. Time for attacks. 2 more attacks will fire out at the 2 Balais will continue their assault on the cannon. But the first one, that is going to be a hit with a 15 and a 16. 2 hits will occur. Yeah. Minimal damage. Notable. Okay. So at this point, I will let you know, green has turned to a sickly yellow for notifications from number 3. As he has stated that the turret has begun to actually take damage.
Okay.
It is still operational at this point in time.
Downloading.
Thank you again for the axolotl sings. Don't know why I mixed it up as being stuff. Let's try it again.
Good. Try it again. And while
There
that
we
is
go.
going on, I need to double check here. Give me a moment. I'm going to my post-it notes. Wrong post-it notes. There we go.
Did I go down?
No, you're still here.
Twitch just Sapphire just posted another Twitch live notification.
It does that occasionally, I've noticed, with Sapphire.
Yeah, you're
Huh.
still streaming.
That's the first time that has done it to me.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
as
noticed
long
it
as I've knocked
does it
down-
all the time with you.
For real?
Yeah.
Ah, that's weird.
Right.
And
Because it will
unfortunate.
happen where I have just laid in bed and then I will get another notification that you went live, and I'm like, huh? And every time I'm like, okay, now I gotta pop in just in case the stream like did actually reset.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
All right.
I refuse to lose my stream streak.
It's appreciated.
Indeed.
It is at what, 136 now?
Yeah.
Your local DM is at 224.
Yep.
But yes, the Bale Eyes will fire. The front line of this is starting to get a little bit more disorganized as the grunts are starting to fall by the dozen. However, the guards are now starting to get into range. A few pock shots are being made, but there is nothing at this point in time that is actually getting close enough to strike anything, as they are still in extreme range. And I am just going to roll this a bunch of times and see if I get any double sixes, because unfortunately, even for the enemies, it is still the same. So. 2. All right, with none of their shots at an extreme range will actually find their target. So, we are now at the point that the enemy is starting to actively get within range. The archers are continuing to fire as many arrows as they can, but they do seem to be kind of like hesitating at this point, as those archers are like, oh, they haven't reached a barbed wire yet, but they're getting close. Does this count? Not really sure. And then they wait and they continue to shoot. From there, though, it will be Waylon's turn.
All right, Waylon is going to move back up further so he can get a better line of sight against either of the binders. So he's going to switch to movement. So that's 3. And then 4, make his way there. Still keeping the same stealth check. And I'd like to do another survival check on the one that keeps acting erratically, so I can try to figure out what its deal is.
All right.
All right. Less than before, so same information, I assume.
Same information or less.
I have them. I'll use it. I'm gonna use a feat point to reroll that failed roll.
Okay, give me another check.
16.
All right. So here, I have a
It's
question.
a double 5.
Yes, it is a double 5. So get your feet point back.
Yay.
From there, I have a question for you. What does it look like this base creature was?
It looks like a bull. Vaguely.
Have you seen that central body anywhere before?
I think you mentioned it previously as well.
Why, yes, I did.
Let's see. One of the worms.
Yes, one of the worms. What did you note about those worms?
They don't need to see in order to know where they're looking.
Yes.
So it does know where I am. And it's staying in formation because even though it does know where I am and it wants to come near me, It's being forced to stay in.
It's like someone who's controlling it. It's over controlling it.
So my initial guess was correct. Yeah, no, I'm not going to waste chance. Although, might be the only get pack. Maybe both.
You are aware that you are inside the effects of those penalties.
Still.
Mhm. Yep. And if I want, either way, I'll have penalties due to either being inside this effect or being outside of extreme range. Part of me is saying act now, but I know that part is just being anxious. I have to lie on the chaos of the battle. Waylon thinks that he has to lie on the chaos of the battle. This isn't the first time he's dug himself into it, and he's able to hide from almost everything. And Vic knows where he is. So that's a benefit as well. So Waylon is going to dig in and wait for the conflict rise. And when need be, comes in, takes out many takes out it, and books it.
Is anyone else
So-
hearing Waylon coming in and out like really bad on the
Okay.
microphone?
Yeah, a little bit on the halting side for some reason, yes.
Okay.
I can just do
It's
what
like
I
it's
normally
cutting you off, but somehow Pompador's able to still understand you. While I'm sitting here going, I have no idea what he's trying to say.
do. I'm gonna disconnect and come back.
Okay.
Alright, do I sound better to you?
Currently,
I was
yes.
also- You sound good.
Alright.
What I would say is, Waylon, if possible, speak with a little bit more oomph, a little more forcefully, if you will, because it seems to be happening mostly when you're introspective and being like soft-spoken.
Or just change your voice settings.
Alright.
Yeah, or
But yes. So you are going to hold your action at this point in time.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's
There's
still
nothing
other
else-
stratagems if you wanted to do something else.
Mm-hmm. You do have an excellent place to call in bombardments.
I was thinking that, but you know what? We're saving the
Heck
big
it.
one for last, so yeah, I'll call in a bombardment.
All right, nominate your bombardment location.
Alright, the bombardment location is going to be, let's see,
You want to pick center of mass, remember that.
Mmm. Because scatter is crazy sometimes.
So probably, yes, so, W. Oh, sorry.
Yep, here. All right, so I've got it right here. Yep. So please, if you would not mind, roll me a d10 and a d6.
Alright, D10 and D separately, or does not
Yeah,
matter?
that's fine.
Alright, 8 and 4.
All right, so it is going to move 4 this way. All right, so now please roll me an 8 and a d10.
1 and 1.
Wow.
Okay, hold on one moment. And an 8 and a D10.
All right. 7, 7.
Oh my!
Sorry. Please roll me a D6. Sorry.
Okay.
8. And so there we go.
Another
4
4.
and a D10.
And a D10.
Yep.
2.
2. And it was 4. So do. This is actually a pretty good grouping this time.
Neat.
Wait, it goes
It
off
might
the
not have-
previous one, not the initial point?
Correct. Because
Huh.
you are walking the bombardment.
Huh.
Well, that bio beast is definitely going to have a bad day.
Yes, it is.
Good. Less we have to deal with later.
Not only that, but it's definitely some of the closer combatants to our actual forces.
By the way, those 4 grunts are just done. They do not get a dodge. They do not get a defense. They are currently prone on the ground when it happens.
True.
Technically not even prone. They are knocked down. So I'm just removing those. They're flat on their back looking up at the bombs coming down.
They're going, ee! Ee! Ee!
Just flailing arms
Yeah.
and legs.
You can't see it. That's exactly what I do with my hands and feet. I'm sorry. I can't.
Okay.
I can't articulate that over speech.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Geek, geek, geek.
Okay, that's way better. I agree.
All right, and I need real quick. Just need to see how messed up this biobeast is getting. Adventures, because these beams are coming from a ship-based artillery, so they will ignore the Beeg roll entirely. Which means, there we go. Do. 15. Okay, Waylon, please roll for me, because you're the one that called it in. 2d6 plus 15 3 times.
All right. 21. 18. 24.
Okay. I was hoping for some bigger rolls on the earlier ones, but that's fine. It'll still do a decent amount. Trying to get to the... There we go.
Sorry, I just smacked my face on the microphone.
Total armor is... Okay, unfortunately 18. So, because they are heavily armored. So, 21 is 3, 19 is 4, and the last one was 24, which is 6, so 10 damage noted. I'm going to have you roll roll me a d6.
All right. 3.
And in the best possible roll, those 10 damage, congratulations, you have crippled its agility and intellect.
Nice.
Nice.
So, because physique is its biggest category, it only has a total of 5 in both agility and intellect, so you've crippled both of those. It is now suffering both of those. Nice. As this thing is panicking and in pain, and is hopefully that is going to make this thing very, very less effective.
And for the people at home, that means that it's harder for it to hit and easier
To hit it.
for
Yeah.
us to hit it. Yeah.
Yep. Its defense and its attack have both been dropped, and it can its animuses cannot be used, which is really good for you guys.
Sure is.
So a well-used bombardment.
Yay!
With that, that will end Waylon's turn, and it is now Hanatra's turn, and Hanatra is currently stuck in.
I am going to use a two-fister and take out both grunts.
You were muted, I think.
No.
Sorry,
I'm good.
I am going to use two-fister and take out
Alright.
both grunts. I was not muted on stream, I was muted in Discord because I was having a bit of a coughing fit. My apologies.
It's okay. So, two-fister, give me 2 attacks.
Let me just account for my... Where the flapple jackals did it? There we go. I'll need to reduce my feet point. Keep track.
I have every
Keep it
expectation that
honest.
you're going to get at least 1 back.
I would hope so, but you know, I want to keep myself honest
Mm-hmm.
and make sure. Alright, so I'm rolling for attack and I'm using Knuckle Duster.
Okay, so MAT plus 2d6.
M-A-T plus 6. Wow, that's a 10.
Oof. Okay, and roll again.
There we go, 17.
All right. So the one that missed you entirely, you will whiff over its head. However, the one that stabbed you, if you would like, you may roll for damage, which is 3d6 plus.
3d6 plus 8. Just for hers. 21.
So, with the force capable of punching a hole in the side of a pickup truck, you go through the process of instead just turning this particular trill with a... what is this, like? Do you want to go for an uppercut? Like a
I would think that with the whiff, just carry that momentum down to the next one.
Okay, so an uppercut whiff into the first one, and then just brought down into a hammer blow straight into the top of this trill. Their trill blade is still buried into your thigh, but they are no longer holding it, or anything else for that matter, as there is effectively a small crab alien-shaped crater in the ground.
Can I use a feat point to re-roll the failed hit?
Yes, you could.
Okay. I'm gonna do that.
Did you have that feat point available before
Yes, I
you
did.
refreshed this one? Okay.
Hi, Yang. Yes, I see you, baby. Yes, those are your nails.
She's doing her best trill impression,
14.
digging her nails into your thigh for 1 damage.
Yeah. The 14 enough to hit.
Yes. So
Okay.
I've already eliminated them.
Okay.
So, and with that, that entire unit is effectively out of combat, as these guys are currently swinging from their legs upside down in the tree a solid 10 feet into the air.
Perfect. And for theatrical description of that, she would have pulled the knife out of her thigh to end them.
Okay.
The second trill.
So you yank the knife out of your thigh and bury it into the chest of the second trill.
Yep.
Okay, noted. These ones will see this. They do not falter, as these are not the typical grunts. The ones swinging from the trees up here, though, they are panicking.
Well, there's still some. Oh no, those are guards. I had to zoom in a little bit more. I was like, that starts with a G and ends with a tall letter.
Yeah. These ones seem to plant, these ones effectively attempt to interlock their shields. Now, these are not the Paviciers of the other group, so these are regular-sized shields, not those giant ones. But they've effectively gone into a bit of a shield wall there, while the soldiers are now lockstepping their rifles, their blasters over the shoulders of the guards in front of them.
Would I be able to move since I have not used my movement?
Yes, you can.
Alright, I am going to move, kind of a pivot, staying in the tree cover, but forcing them essentially to reposition themselves.
Okay.
I'm gonna use the cover here. Still keeping distance, but...
Yes. Noted. Now, the good news is you will have the additional +4 to your defense on the next turn when they attempt to fire at you.
Wonderful.
All right. With that, does that end your turn?
She will use Tandrish over the radio. Looking for, she will say, check in. Everyone okay? And that will be my turn.
All right. So, with that, number 3 will respond. I'm fine. How are you?
Waylon will only turn on his radio, and you can hear the rumbling of the beast in the background. Then he won't respond.
Okay.
I will respond with a simple, good news. I'm no longer injured. Cannot say the same for Am.
I'm assuming that Wilhelm translated it so everyone knew what she said.
As I have stated previously, any time that I am nearby my radio, please just assume I translate it, because I am lazy.
And or forgetful.
Sometimes both, but that's fine.
Porque no los dos.
Yes.
They appear to be.
Yes.
They appear to be closing in and overwhelming us. Our plan is working.
Also, to simplify it for roleplay.
We're doing on the road, all according to plan. Our plan is working. Hooray!
You'll hear a grunt of approval.
All right. But with that, number 3 is going to sit there and go, you hear him muttering to himself a little bit, and you can hear some buttons being flipped and some switches being done. They're trying to figure something out. Like, oh, let's see. I think this will... Yes! And then we'll do as follows. Yes! Yes! As for the first time ever, number 3 will be able to fire the beam attack.
Nice!
As the wide
Let's
beam
go!
will be blasted forward.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to mark that right now, and we're going to do that with, yes. There we go, and that. And with an audible scream, that shot will rocket through everything there. You will note as follows. This is a AoE beam attack. The AoE beam attack ignores cover, which means Fog of War for concealment does not apply. It is an AoE beam attack, which means it does not matter if it is slower or not, because it is still filling that area, because this is not a directed energy or a blast or an explosion. This is a microwave.
Nice.
I love it. No notes.
So the
Heckin' go!
So, the restrained one is going to be hit no matter what. It is currently restrained, and it is being hit with an AoE. It sucks to suck. Go, and plus...
AKA jaw trap for the win.
Yes! Doing work.
Mm-hmm. Now, for the
Glad I made
Baal Eye next to it. He will hit the Baal Eye. And
That's
he
a
will
double.
hit the Overseer. Holy cow.
Let's go!
As number 3
Good
will
job,
hit all
number
three of
3! Good job, number 3!
I did something! Alright. The first Baal Eye will be noted. Right. And that is 23 to its... Okay, 10 makes it, wait, armor. It is unarmored. 13 makes it through. The second one...
Ooh!
Okay. It's fine. 6 still makes it through. They are unarmored. And that one will take some damage. Noted.
It's a shame it didn't go through everything.
Yeah.
But holy goodness, that was a good shot.
Well, that was its maximum range.
I know.
Yeah. And yeah, so did pretty good there. And this one is... I have so many freaking books. Okay, I put them over there because I don't need those. Is it you? Yes, it is. Armor.
And for everyone's
15.
amusement, Pompador's room currently has a ton of books just strewn across the floor.
Interesting. I currently have one book thrown across my floor. I'll give you one guess what book it is.
Mutants and Masterminds?
Read it to Master.
Perfect.
It's not strewn across the floor, but I have several on the floor.
Damage has been taken. Cool. All right, and with that, that will end number 3's turn. But some sizable damage has been dealt to those bio beasts. And we'll make some attack rolls now as they are within range, but unfortunately everything that is in this area will unfortunately get those same benefits against regular attacks. So it is just going to be some flat 1, 2, 3. Come on. 3. So close. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, so another volley of arrows will fall ineffectually into that shield that they have currently in place. Now, however, these ones here will open fire on these 2 guards here. Are you in range? Just stop that. There we go. Yes, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of them will be in range. Miss. Garbage rolls. Do better. Okay. Unfortunately, their volley of pistol fire will do nothing to these grunts over here, which is a shame. At this point, that completes all of the Bakishkik allies' turns for attack. Is there anything else anyone wishes to notify or do at this point in time before we move on to the next one where things are going to start getting crazy?
Oh, they haven't started getting crazy yet.
I wouldn't say things have gotten crazy yet.
Oh,
Crazy
I
ass
wouldn't
crazy
have.
ones.
Just being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a good 2 people in the initiative list have just been like, yep, we're gonna sit here and wait.
You have a plan, and it is a decent plan, and we will see if this planny plan will actually come
Only
according to
decent?
plan.
Well, my confidence in this plan just went out the window.
Why?
He said only decent.
I said decent. I didn't say only decent. You said
You
only
said
decent.
decent, and I said only quote unquote decent? Now I'm nervous.
You weren't already.
Oh no, I definitely was, but now I'm more nervous.
All right. So,
My next paycheck, I'm gonna invest in some stress balls.
now,
You're gonna invest in
it does
what?
Look as though it does look as though the ending
balls.
of
Oh, stress balls. Sorry, I kept hearing S, and I was like, what?
Vizier, your turn.
Yep. Okay. So, I should have done this. What's the range on? The range on is 8. Oh, let's see. Oh, I think those 2 are within. So, let's start with our standard upkeep. Spending the last fury point that I have, keeping Soul Shackle in place,
Okay.
and then we're going to rile and reeve 3 more.
Okay.
So I'm back up to 3 fury points on myself.
Mhm.
We'll get to what that means later. In the meantime, we're going to fire the line of acid and the line of fire at these 2 grunts here.
Okay. I'm gonna just have you, and you're using Hand of Fate, I am assuming.
I am using Hand of Fate.
Okay. And yes, so here they have a. What I would suggest is, would you like to have them advance? Yeah, you can have them advance and then fire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
making sure.
we're gonna move. We're gonna move up. Let's switch to movement portion. There we go. We'll move up to essentially move our attackers to the.
There you go. All right. So please roll me 3d6. Pick the 2 highest, and your what is it? You're adding +3, I think, or
It is +3.
okay. So 3d6 +3. Pick the 2 highest.
Mm-hmm. So we'll take away a 1, so that's an 8.
All right. Roll again.
Awesome. And a 10.
All right. That's fine. That is your first one, because each one of them, because they are shoulder to shoulder, you can cut the beam between them. So now roll for the other one.
Okay.
Ooh.
A 13.
There you go. So that will be a hit, and there you
A
go.
15.
That will be another hit. So, so who do you want to have been the successful one? Acid guy or fire guy?
We'll have acid be the successful one.
Okay. So then we know exactly what is going to happen to them. The minimum damage, even if you do roll 2 1s, is still enough to kill the grunts.
Yep.
Because they will soak a total of 11, and oh wait, the POW is 10 plus 2d6.
Yep. From there, it is just the longest of shots, but who knows? Maybe I'll roll 6. I'm going to What's the worst idea I can do? Well, the worst idea would be shooting the flenser, but we'll try to pick off one of the
Do you want to
grunts
target a
in
grunt?
line.
Do you want to target a guard, a soldier, the artillery, or the crew?
Oh, we'll target a crew. That seems like a good target. 6? No.
But it is a double.
3 for a 6.
Mm-hmm.
The crew will note that you attempted to fire at them, as it will have landed firing long and landing behind them.
Mm-hmm.
This has made the crew mildly nervous. This has also made the crew slightly more than mildly upset, as they will now begin attempting to prod and poke the Trillista to fire at your group.
Oh, absolutely. But that's why I have the armor up. And what you note, I'm a little further away from Vakon.
Yep. But you look at that. And good news is you also will get a bonus to your defense.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I made a good decision.
With that, does this end your turn? Is there anything you would like to declare?
Don't worry, I've made them mad at me.
I do enjoy the fact that that is the response, effectively. So, Hanatra, how's everyone doing? Don't worry, I've made them mad at me. I like it. It's Reek Till's turn. Reek Till will declare, I am physically here and I am getting bored.
A little longer.
Wait for it.
Mm-hmm. But yes, Wilhelm, it is your turn.
Just gonna be the usual of 16. Sit rep.
Okay. All right, 16 is going to go, it looks like, so there's a lot more explosions. The big gun thing there did a lot to some of to the big monsters, but the little guys are still approaching. None of them are running away screaming, which is kind of weird because they were doing that last time by the time they got here. There's one that's like a couple feet away from the first round of barbed wire, but there's one big one up on the left that seems to have been hit only a little bit by all of those explosions, and it seems really mad, but it's still coming straight at everybody.
So what I'm hearing is the retreat will start after this next move.
Sounds like that's
Right.
distinctly possible.
Okay.
All right.
I will inform Reek Till of this because he seems bored.
Stop.
Reek Till, stop being bored. Be ready. And that will be my turn.
You are capable through your echolocation ability to note that Reektil has drawn both of their show tools and is doing their, it's kind of difficult to note the manic gleam in their eye, but they definitely have a Mo Sislak, a guy with two knives moment going on.
Okay.
I gotta tell you, this is pretty amazing.
Very.
So, but with that, the Trill Horde. So, these guys will, I'm just going to remove them from here for the time being, and I'm going to, there we go. So I don't keep looking at them and thinking that I need to do something with them. All right. The guards will rotate. And that is all they will do. The soldiers will turn and will all fire as a coordinated assault. They are nominating one attack. It is going to be at a higher bonus, but it is a single attack and a single damage with a bonus to it. So you will only have to deal with one shot going at you, which is base 5 plus 5. So and please note that your defense is currently at a +4 when you factor in for your defense. But The dice have just decided that they want to crit you.
Yep. Specifically Hanatra.
Yes, specifically Hanatra.
For some reason.
But on the bright note, out of a volley of several shots, 17 is coming at you, so I believe that soaks down to only 3, correct?
Yep.
And it will be 3 damage to your 1. As several of those shots will be soaked by the trees and the coverage and everything of that sort, but a couple of them will find their mark, getting you center of mass. I would assume that the general sensation here is anger.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She's furious. There is a very loud howl of frustration and pain coming from the woods. So loud, it's like it could be heard from 5 miles away or something.
Oh, yeah.
Is it anything in specific?
This better work!
Look. Now, I got some good news for you. Because it sounds like you need some good news. The Trillista fires a volley of, somewhere around of, 700 to 800 spines at you, which will miss entirely, less miss you entirely, but more the cover you are using will soak it, as the tree that you are using, you're able to pop behind it in time to allow that to soak the variety of shots, as these spines are now pin cushioning the other side of that massive tree that you are behind.
Oh good, I just put my glasses back on, so I couldn't actually see what the dice rolled.
It was a total of a 13, effectively, to hit.
I'm very grateful for that additional defense.
Yes. That will be that Mortril section's turn. This group here will attempt a shot. But what they will do is they are going to advance. The Trillista will not advance, but these guys shall. They advance up to here and then will fire. They are going to attempt a coordinated assault, coordinated strike to attack at, let's see, a 3, 4, or 5. They are targeting you specifically, Vizier. A 1, 2, or a 1 or a 2. Sorry, 3, 4, 5, 6 is targeting you because you're the one that's actively attacking them. And a 1 or a 2 is targeting the group in front of you. And it will be the group in front of you. Okay. So... One moment. I need to see specifically who this is going to be. All right, the one that is being attacked is the Howling Flame user, so your flamethrower guy.
Okay.
And this will be at it is a coordinated strike. It is with a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. Do we even have a person on our side that tank at 20?
No. At least not that I know of.
Not yet. Well, I could actually wear real armor.
Oh, with 21 damage coming at them.
I might be losing a person.
Oh no.
Let's see.
I believe they have an armor of 14.
At the moment, they do.
Okay.
So that is 7. Let's see, do I have one of my little guys on here?
They have a total of 10 HP,
Yep.
with your commander having 11.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right. That matches what I have on the chart anyway.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've marked one for you for how injured they are.
Thank you.
Now, because they are NPCs, I am not giving them anything. They are not getting any of the crippled categories or anything like that to make your life easier.
Okay.
All right. Because warrior casts also do have an ability of the fact that they will ignore crippled status because they expect to die at all times.
Fantastic. No notes.
Well, they will continue to assault the enemy even if it costs them their life.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately for you, now it's the Trillista's turn. The good news for you is it doesn't get a coordinated assault. It doesn't get its boost because it had moved last turn. So it is going to be just a flat 2d plus. Here we go. Plus 6. And with a 15, I'm going to see if that is at you or if it is at your guy. So yet again, 1 or 2 is your coterie. And it is a 2 again.
Yep.
And this is a volley strike, so D3 plus 4. 2 strikes. And both of those volleys are going to hit the medicate.
Uh-oh.
(17 and 19 respectively.
All right, so that will be 3 and 5. So 8
there's-
damage to that one.
Racked for you.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, hold on. That one is there. That one would be there. As this one is required to be Hand of Fate, which is your lieutenant, so that would make Medicate, and this would be your armor based on where they are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go. So that is that overall volley. This one here is going to attempt a charge on the line. And from there, I'm going to do a plus. So here. Yes, it will be able to make it into combat. It will make... It will charge in. It cannot use its AoE ability as it is charged, so it will be a single attack. It is at a penalty, as it is currently crippled agility, so this will make it feasible. With a 15, it will hit. However, the targets it is attacking are small. So if I don't roll a 1, they will dodge. All right, there you go. So, luckily, being tiny and insignificant has actually benefited that worker.
Good for them.
On the other hand, though, they now have a very large issue.
Mm-hmm.
That has occurred. These ones will advance and will simply move through the gap in... So they're actually going to be able to get all the way to here. The gap in the barbed wire. that fog is supposed to be gone. There we go. Those grunts have been stuck on barbed wire. These ones will advance, will be stuck on barbed wire. These ones will move up and will, on next turn, be able to move through barbed wire. And the will rip out and will continue to advance. Will advance and is now is now in range for that. This will move around and over. As the Trill forces will begin to assault the barbed wire and the first line of defense in earnest. Dang it. Now the fun part happens, which is I need to roll this.
Louis.
Yes. As the first line had actually made its way through, but the guards on the unfortunate side for them did not. Soldiers will advance. Soldiers will open fire on their turn, but that will be in a bit. This will move here. On the bright note, Vizier, I will let you know they seem to be approaching the obvious trap.
Oh yeah, of course they are. How could you not?
Very good.
Right. Now we have noted and attacking. All right, so as the main force has now gotten into range, there will now be some actual firing happening on. These soldiers will begin opening fire at the two Trill units. The Trill units will begin opening fire on the Bakishkik archers that belong to Rigtel. From there, it will be that plus miss, and miss. Okay, these three soldiers will miss that group there. The four soldiers on the other side will open fire and will luckily enough miss as well. So the good news is that Rigtel's archers are now inside of the bubble, which means that they are also now at the very least benefiting from the bonus to defense. They get a +2 to defense, however, they do not gain the benefits of decelerate. From there, grunts, guards, okay. Soldiers have attacked. It is now time for the Bale Eyes. Oof. Alright, one will hit. That is another tick on that. Number 3 will be notifying that they have gotten into the orange. And now... Yep. At this point in time, the Overseer will put its hands on top of both of the Bale Eyes, looming over it, will breathe deep, and its eye will open fully. And unlike the other one, which was that strange entropic beam, this seems to be a gout of some form of thaumic energy. It is not elemental and it is not pure etheric like a aether bolt or anything of that sort. Something is firing out of it, and it does strike the turret as well. And I will note what happens there. when it gets to number 3's turn. But at this point, that is, the Horde has now fully committed itself to the center point and has actually reached the first line of defense and is starting to push its way through. Waylon, it is your turn.
All right. I'm going to use the chaos of the battle and continue to crawl along, see if I can make it to the edge of the brambles.
This is open field. I will let you know that it will require... So, I'm going to roll it again, as that will be a new location that you need to go through. I'm letting you know that in advance.
Okay. Got it. Then feel free to take a feat point to boost that roll.
Noted.
Movement. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I got to the edge.
I have some excellent news for you. Neither of the two bio beasts turn around.
That is excellent news.
All right. In the not so excellent news, this one will notice you and will declare it out loud.
Oh, then I shoot it.
Okay.
That's my next action. And do I have any penalties that I need to add to this?
Yes, you will be at, here. Technically, there are no penalties. I am applying a +4 bonus to their defense instead of a -4 to you.
Got it. Okay. Back to this. Rolling. Alright. Alright. So, that's... And... Okay, good. 16 to hit.
Okay? So, your shot, as you fire, you will note that the beam is moving surprisingly slow. Still quickly, but the binder there will just weave to the side, almost lazily.
All right, then. Let's see if he dodges the next one.
Okay?
Double 5.
That is a double 5, and with a 17,
Yep.
it is much closer. But unfortunately, he will also dodge that.
All right. Stealth is out the window. So I
Kinda not, but...
No, that he noticed my presence, so let's see, even if I get double 6s, rolling underneath it won't hit him, right? Even rolling underneath his defense won't hit him, right?
No, a double 6 will hit.
Oh, alright.
A double 6 is a guaranteed hit no matter what.
Then I'm just going to see if I get double 6, I hit.
Oh.
I didn't get double 6.
Yeah.
And I'm marking off the ammo I used. 2, 3. Okay.
All right. But the pair of binders, so the two binders, the ones that are currently maintaining and enforcing and empowering Vectec Vic's abilities, while also simultaneously directing them and keeping this barrier up that has done a surprisingly effective job at minimizing the effects of ranged assaults, apparently also is effective even when an individual is inside the bubble.
Oh, and before I end my turn, I'm using my last feat point to activate Untouchable.
Okay, for a +3 defense to yourself. I will let you know you will have actually a +5 defense because you do gain because you are inside of the area, so it will be gaining concealment as well.
That's a thing? That's
Untouchable
not on here.
Untouchable is a specific ability that he picked up, very much like your counter charge.
Perfect. I love that.
So
That's super smart.
In this area, I do have a 20. No, that's a 20 defense.
Yes, 20 defense, which is great.
Yes.
But
Yes. But now, technically, you will have a 20 defense plus D6 when that bio beast is assaulting you.
Which is great. But at the same time, I don't want to fight all these bio beasts on my own.
nope.
So I'm gonna have to take out some guards if I want to keep that +3 up.
Yeah.
But yes, with that, does that end your turn, Wade?
That does. That uses. I don't need to use my quick actions, and that uses my main action.
Okay, Anatra, it is your turn.
I'm going to fire the woof
Okay.
right.
Who are you targeting?
Hold on. Right
Okay.
here. I was trying to get my alignment set up.
Alright. Okay.
Right about here.
All right, please. Give
But
me
I
an
was
attack
going
roll.
to ask because I don't have an AoE range on here.
It is in. So what it is it is a whatever the range of the weapon is, and it's an AoE 3, which means it is an 18-foot radius.
18-foot radius?
Sorry, diameter. Anyway, so the same size as one of the landmines exploding.
Oh, that's way wider than I thought. Then I don't want it there. I'll put it right here.
So you're going to target the front of the mortar. Got it.
Yep.
Please give me an attack roll.
3d6 plus 4. I'm gonna boost it.
Okay,
The
2d6
feat point?
plus R18.
Three d6, right?
Yep.
Okay, just making
'Cause
sure.
you're boosted.
I wasn't sure if you said 3 or 2 after I was writing numbers. Thank God I boosted it. That's a 16.
I'm going to see if that's all of them. I believe that is, but I'm going to make sure there might be more. All right, yeah, there is more. As the explosion will wrap the center of their lines, knocking the majority of the gunners down, as well as temporarily disabling the mortril. Sorry, I keep calling it a mortril instead of a trillista. Artillery. We're going to call it the artillery.
Okay. And with them temporarily unable to really use the artillery, I'm going to use that as my excuse to get the heck out of Dodge.
Okay. Would you do you have an extra feat point? Because if you would like, you can move. You can do a double move. You did get 2 feat points
Sure.
back last time. I know you used some of them.
I know, but I like to hold on to some feat points in case I need to for
I
other
understand.
things. Caught up in wires. Alright, so I will use a feat point and I will double move.
Okay.
Over the radio, she will respond, I've taken hits, but heading to relay point in Tantridge.
One more.
Oh, perfect. Tree line. I'm not in the trenches, but
Yep.
staying out of direct line of sight.
Yep. You have given yourself a full additional round before they can fire at you again, because any movement for the artillery will not allow it to fire that turn.
She knows.
Yep.
She've watched it.
Yes. All right. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, a quick action reload the woof.
Okay. Noted. So, with that, there is going to be a response over the radio from number 3, which is the this one would like to declare there is no need to panic, unless you would like this one to panic. We are having exceedingly strange things are going on at this moment with the accountant.
Explain further?
It doesn't matter right now. Fire one more shot and then
Lay the
make your
grenades.
exit strategy.
But that is the issue. We are currently, we are green, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, green, red, orange.
System malfunction.
All right, fine. If the accountant's not going to fire, then make your exit strategy. Set the grenades, let it burn.
So, this one would like to report that this one cannot open the door.
Work together, see if you can open the door.
All right, they will do that for this turn. So, unfortunately, the evil eye effect, what it does is anything hit by it loses a turn.
Uh-huh.
Now, from there, we are now getting into, I believe this will probably be the last turn for tonight, as it is now closing in on 10:30.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to confirm and let guys know, let y'all know. So with that, we will go Vizier. It is your turn. It does look like after this turn is when the tide will, the trap will be triggering pretty soon.
Yep.
Oh, also, are the Bakishkik workers not near anyone going to just be retreating now?
Oh yes, these ones here, you are correct. Thank you for reminding me. I will have them do so. They are going to, though, fire one last volley.
Also these, probably.
Yeah.
Yep. So, in order to make it harder to hit us,
Excuse me.
the next crater.
Okay. Close.
That is 6. And maintain and doing my maintenance and upkeep back up.
Right, good enough. I'm going to move them here. All right, maintenance and upkeep on Thakon is performed. Is there anything else you would like to do?
No. The appearance of retreat is extent of what I'd like to do. Let's see. 2. Yeah, I don't have another action that I'd like to take. Yep.
They are definitely within range.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm still taking no other action.
Yep. Now, these ones are... I will let you know, though, if you would like, technically these ones have retreated. And those ones will attempt, but unfortunately...
Well...
Okay, and... Okay. They will be able to retreat as well.
Let's go.
So, no free attacks got off on them.
Okay.
Thank
Well-
God.
That case, then, if they're not there, I'm going to do something a little different.
Which is why I wanted to get this out of the way, just to let you know.
Oh,
No, I-
Okay.
I
And,
appreciate it.
hold on. Alright, so here, just also so you know, the two individuals from Reek Tell's coterie that stayed behind, the two archers that charged in, one of them will actually crit and kill one of the grunts.
Beautiful.
wait,
Nah.
what? Which one?
Out of the 10 archers,
Oh.
8 of them retreated while 2 of them charged in to try to hold it to guarantee that the other 8 would escape.
Aw, let's go. The two
one
that
of the orders.
Rick Tick. Sorry.
Yes.
That was not his
Reek
name.
Till was
Rick Till nominated,
You will
yes.
sacrifice for yourself for the cause.
Good job. You're a valiant hero.
Now, if I can... Yep. So,
All right.
let's give it a try. I don't get the chance to use this, but I'm going to
You're
use...
cutting it out.
All right. I'm going to attempt... I don't get a chance to use this very often. Attempt Sunder Spirit.
Okay.
So the flail creature is with range of me. The range is 10. Oh, let's see. My 2 hit, I believe it's 2d6.
Yeah, so it'll be 2d6 plus your arc.
Okay. So 2d6 plus arc.
And because it is big, wait, no. This is an
Lithonic
etheric
ability.
reaction, so
Yeah.
it ignores big small,
Yep.
which is beneficial for you.
Which is beneficial for me. I just don't like my odds of hitting it. We'll see. I may spend a feat point to reroll a failed after this.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're gonna reroll that. I was fairly certain I wasn't gonna hit.
All right. Well, its defense is 11.
Well, then that'll do. Then it's a good thing I spent a feat. Roll that,
There you go.
because that's 12 on the other one.
Good job.
Okay,
I believe
so
it's
that'll
2
be a hit.
Yep, I believe it's 2d6 again for the damage.
Yep, 2d6 plus POW.
Fantastic. Its power is 12.
Okay, good.
There we go. So that will be 21.
21. All right, it's going to take some more damage. Give me a moment.
Now, we had already confirmed that it didn't have access to its animus.
Yep.
But if it did, it wouldn't again.
Yep. Which is fine. That guarantees that it cannot do its AoE ability.
Mm-hmm.
Noted. All right. A sizable amount of damage has happened to that one.
And that will be the end of my action.
All right. With that, Reektil is kind of... best way I can describe it is, come on, big money, no whammies, big money. Like, just really getting himself hyped up. He is ready to assault whenever. But, luckily for you, Reektil does understand that this is a tactically sound thing and will only break rank on this if this tactic suddenly is a, oh crap, it's not going to work. That's when he's going to decide to throw the plan out the window. Luckily, he has decided that your plan is the best way for him to have an amazing story to tell later on. So good news, no willpower checks are required to keep him intact.
That's
Oh, that's good.
Agreed.
With that, Wilhelm, it is your turn.
Okay, as some of the things are starting to enter my field of awareness, I'm going to perform a heroic ballad.
Okay. Activate that heroic ballad.
You will
And let me
kindly
know.
make me a circle while I state what heroic ballad does, in case anyone forgot.
And I am going to change the playlist. Your heroic ballad.
And the AoE on
heroic.
that, it's... What's the distance?
It is my command range, which is 7.
Alright, so that becomes... hold on.
Heroic Ballad is a quick action shout. Allies get +2 on MAT in my command range.
There we go.
I will make it super easy because we all know I'm just going to upkeep this.
Yep. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna...
Yep.
Give me a moment. It is actually that big. There we go. All right, now you can attach it to you.
All right, and I will attach that to Wilhelm.
All right. So everybody within that area is going to get some bonuses in melee combat.
And this is more using this turn this time to get them hyped, I guess is the best word I can use.
You can't possibly believe your own hype. I am the hype. But yes. All right. With that, it is now the Trill Horde's turn.
What title would you like?
I still haven't gotten around to making that list of stuff.
Okay.
I know
I'll
what
just pick
theme
one.
it is, so surprise me.
Clash of Gods.
That's appropriate. Yes.
All right. This is going to be a very important turn. Specifically, a very important charge. Excuse me. Could you please roll me 2d6 plus 14?
Referring to who?
Vizier.
Okay. You said 2d6 plus
14.
14. $17.
All right, now roll me a 2d6 plus 14.
21.
Okay, it is still conscious. The issue here is, okay, and that's going to be a minus 10 total. All right, so it is down to only a single category left on physique. The issue is, and the reason why I wanted to see if you could hope, if you rolled max, there was a chance that you could have blown it up before it triggered the next one. But unfortunately,
Oh.
Yeah.
now I've got some good news for you. That's your flamethrower guy, right?
It is.
He's immune to fire.
That is good news.
Got some bad news for you. That's your acid guy, right?
Uh-huh. He's not immune to fire.
Yeah. Roll 2d6 plus 4. Sorry, 2d6 plus 14.
Yep. Oh, hey, it's my highest number yet.
And that is 10 damage.
Oh, boy.
Rip.
do apologize. But no, I feel bad. But it is alright. It's like, hooray. I've grown up with a lot of guilt. I feel bad about everything. I can feel bad about not feeling bad enough. I can feel bad about feeling too bad.
Or you could just stop beating yourself up and let the dice tell the story.
Yeah, well, I know, but hey, guess what? I need to, somebody needs to beat themselves up in a chat.
No, they don't. In fact, we discourage it.
Yes, I know.
Technically, I beat myself up anytime I hit my leg on a desk, so I think I do it all the time.
Still strongly discouraged.
On the bright note, it will miss terribly with its attempt to attack your guy. So, it will successfully make its charge. It will fail to damage anything in that. However, the 2 landmines that it triggers on this, which do a massive amount of damage to it, will also catch one of your cadre in the blast, unfortunately dropping the first of your warrior cast. From there, this unit will continue to advance, moving in.
I was like, which unit? Where am I looking? Where am I moving the map?
The northern section.
Yes, I see. See, normally you start at the bottom left and
Yes.
you work your way around, but you switched it up on me.
Yes, I did. The artillery will miss. Advancing, going through. That right there is the only area that has no... They are moving up behind the writhing beast. These ones will make it over and will begin to advance. The numbers are now finally beginning to close in. This one will go there. We'll have 2 attacks. All right, as those 2 worker casts will hold their own against those grunts, which surprisingly, because of that, these ones will have to move their way around that combat. These grunts will make it over and will... They have fully committed themselves to the front line here. At this point in time, they are beginning to push through that first area. Real quick, Hunter, could you please roll me a d6 and add it to 20?
Okay. So 23.
All right, so the only way I can hit you is with a double 6. And that is...
Oh my god, was that close? Ooh. Holy! Woo! Feel the wind on that one.
You feeling
A
lucky?
little bit of a clinch there.
Yeah, no, I was totally expecting that 5 to be 1 higher.
Yes.
I was like, no.
This time you were good. Do you know why? You didn't declare yourself to be a Hanatra, or not Hanatra in this case.
Well, no, the Ions are the ones that, take that. This is a wild card.
I would like to point out, have you noticed that it looks very similar in some ways to an Ion? Almost like an Ion had been ripped and bent over backwards.
Yeah, no, these creatures have been through so many horrible, horrible things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the original race looked like.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll ever find out.
Either way, the rest of the Troll army has their turn, I have to assume.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Okay, hey, Waylon, because you haven't gotten to, or Wilhelm, because you haven't got to do much recently, roll me 2d6 plus 15.
They say as they're in the next room over.
14, 18.
Okay, so unfortunately, this jaw trap here will do no damage as this. So as it will stomp on it, the jaw trap tries to snap around and it just twists its armored foot, crushing it and advancing through.
My jaw trap, no.
That one is not even rendered invisible, it is just removed.
Aww.
Guess who's getting nominated? Hey, get that guy.
Mm.
And the Flance Flare will move its way over, seemingly ignoring the barbed wire with its spindly legs, as it has literally 3 points of contact that are probably about the size of a quarter, all said and done. It is amazing this thing just doesn't sink into the ground.
That's where it belongs, in the ground. Because it's a worm. That's where it's most comfortable.
Wormy, wormy, worm.
Matter of fact, looking at it, I imagine it's more designed to be a trap, like an antlion.
It definitely makes sense what you're saying. I see what you mean. That was not my intention, but I do like that. But yes, so that is happening. The binders will look at the fact that you are now stuck in combat with that, and the binders are going to continue to move with Vectec Tikvik forward.
Okay.
From there, though, they are going to maintain. There is no additional formulae being utilized at this point in time, as they have been focusing on maintaining those defensive abilities. It does bode well for you that they have not been doing anything extra, but at the same time, it is kind of terrifying when you think about the fact that they have several other formulae up their sleeve at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that, there is a few more attacks that need to be made, which will be now done. Let's see. A 7 is just enough to miss, but a 9 will hit. Alright, and that. And okay, unfortunately, that one will be torn apart by the 2 soldiers. That will miss, which is very nice for you. That'll also miss. Alright. So with the reach, that one is still alive. So this lone worker is holding this area back at the moment.
Let's go!
Because that worker is holding that grunt, which is, by that grunt being stuck there, is keeping these guys from being able to push through.
That's a heckin' W.
Selling his life dearly. 9, and unfortunately, though, at this range, it is almost impossible for the 3 with the I-beams to miss, as they will continue to hammer away at the accountant. Waylon, it is your turn.
All right. So, I'm going to start off by moving around the feet of this tentacled horror. Let's see. I'm gonna have to risk it. Just looking up. Oh, that would be all the way back here. Is it till the next of the end of my... Oh, for 1 round. Okay. Well, that round's over. Nope. Nope. Not gonna say anything. I don't have any feat points left, but I'm gonna fix that. So start it off here. And that was 2, 3, 4, 4. I have 5, 6. 7. Okay, so this one I've moved out of its range. So, letting you know that. And I'm going to take pot shots at the guards here. 2 at this one, 1 at this one. So, going to use a regular gun on this, and the Giant Slayer on the second guard. So, Pump,
Yes.
Game Master. I didn't use anything to prevent the tentacle beast from hitting me, so just letting you know that.
Okay. All right. So
If it wants to take a yes, if it wants to take a 3 attack,
all
it
right,
can.
and that will be at your back. Just so you know, you will be at a -2 to defense, but you will still get a plus. So here, use your flat defense, your basic defense, because you have a -2 since it's a back attack, but a +2 due to flag of war. So flat defense plus D6. And okay, that's pretty good. This is +6. A 9 will not hit.
Oh my goodness. Ah,
Let's go.
Okay.
so yeah, +7 to attack. 3d6, drop the lowest. So 15 to hit one of the guards in its back arc. No, 14, sorry. Do I hit?
You are shooting at which one?
This guard.
Okay, that guard. And what was it? A total of a what?
14.
14 to its back will be just enough, in fact.
Yay! Second hit. Let's see if I hit. That's much higher, an 18.
Yes. That will be a successful hit on your next guard.
And the third guard will be at a -3, so I will adjust that accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, -3 or -2? I'll assume 3 for now, because I've spent a lot of time on my turn.
That's gonna hit, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna make your life easy here. The number you need to beat is going to be 16 to be able to drop them. I'll make your life nice and easy. They do not get to apply their shield, so it's just their flat armor plus that, and they have 8 vitality.
Okay. So, the first one's getting hit with 3d6 plus 10 twice.
Yep.
20.
There. So that one's dropped, and the second shot is wasted, which is fine. But the third one?
The third one's going to be 3d6 plus 12. Just I'll add 2 to this.
Double 6.
And which of these two was it?
The
one on the left,
you have
yeah.
highlighted.
All right. So two back attacks, and enjoy having 2 feat points refreshed.
Yep, thank you. So I'm going to immediately use one of them and increase my
Reactivating untouchable.
reactivating untouchable. So and yep, I'm going to use a quick action to refill one of my ammos. And end my turn. So, I will actually write out that I have untouchable for next game, so none of us forget.
Okay. With that, Anatra, it is your turn.
She will signal language to all these Bakishkik here. Retreat. As she proceeds to continue to dash. 36 times 2, that's 70... 72?
72 is your max, yep.
Yep, so she will dash all the way up here between the Bakishkik.
Okay.
And she will call over the radio in Tandrish. Report in. I am out of combat. Does anyone need assistance?
Waylon will report in. Location discovered. Making my way back.
Okay. She'll try to get a hold of number 3 and say, "Can you get out?"
All right. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Number 3's turn. I would like to bring up that the accountant turret is currently at 1 vitality.
Oh boy! I hope they can get out.
Unfortunately, they are still stuck and cannot move due to the evil eye.
I thought you said they only lose 1 turn.
Yes, but they got hit again.
Oh. That was not...
So both Bale Eye, when I had said that the bio beasts continued to pound on the accountant, all 3 bio beasts had hit. Number 3 will call over the radio. This one would like to apologize that they cannot follow your orders, as it does not appear as though we will be able to join in the retreat. This one shall declare without palavering that you have been a kind and wonderful leader. This one regrets that we cannot continue to serve you. Live well, Waywardlen.
Waylon, tears streaming down through his mask, watches the accountant gritting his teeth. He's putting a further grip on his pistols, and just lets the anger wash over him, as now is not the time to grieve.
Number 3.
Number three will get one last reply from Wayland, though.
And that is?
You did good, number 3. Even if it cost, especially, think it cost you your life.
You cannot see it, but number 3 will give a nod before he cracks both of the aether chemical grenades and jams them into the reactor.
There's a pretty sad one on my... if I remember correctly. I don't remember which one it is, though.
I'm trying to find it. Trying real hard. Music player doesn't want to work.
Come on, music player. We're trying to have an emotional moment here.
Exactly! Dumb heckin'.
Try Blood, Sweat, No Tears. Or Bloody Tears. Either one of those. I feel those two have, like, sad-ish titles.
I don't think it's this one. Stop, I am not. That's not it.
No.
Hold up.
Fortunately, I don't remember
Bloody
when I
tears.
listened to these.
That seems appropriate. We're going out with a bang. Let's give it to him. Bloody tears.
All individuals in the AoE will take 32 damage.
I mean, surely gonna take out a lot with it at least.
-32 minus that's still just enough. I will apologize to end it on a sad note, but I will be calling it here.
Makes sense.
And I heard you say GM?
Oh, I was going to delete number 3 for you.
If you would like to do so, I will simply remove and work on the crater.
We salute you.
Oh.
Number 3.
I say that, but I actually can't.
07's in chat.
Oh, sorry. I
Just speak for
actually
yourself.
I actually can't delete number 3.
Hold on.
I mean, this is a less recognizable one. But I'm sure that anyone that's played Helldivers will be able to recognize it. It's a different salute.
I don't know 09, that's for sure.
The Helldiver salute is not a, like, traditional salute. It's a, like, fist held up instead.
Ah.
It's for liberty, democracy.
And you know what? Going out in an explosion is a Helldiver's thing to do. I should know. I've done it myself a few times.
In game. If you did it in real life, I'd be even more impressed.
Oh, than that.
Well, in that case, it's nice to have a bit of levity in such a sad moment. But number 3 will be missed.
Indeed.
No longer will I hear, even if it costs me my life. Well, I won't be able to hear it without feeling sad.
I mean, when you think about it, technically, number 3 had the most death flags out of any of us. How many times has number 3 said that? But how many times has number 3 said, even if it costs me my life?
32?
So yeah.
That's
Number 3 had the most.
That's the same. That's the same every time, though.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Hadu, for the 07. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. If you've been lurking, we appreciate you. And if you just got here,
Downloading.
well, way to come in. Thank you for the head pat. I appreciate that. I don't know why Mix It Up is mixing things up.
By
Thank
the way,
you for the head pat.
I'm not sure if you could hear me frantically typing. That was me actually trying to come up with last words for him. I would like to state that this was not pre-planned. This was an unfortunate thing, but the good news about it is it is unfortunate, but I am happy that the accountant is what was taking the evil eye effect and not players, because unfortunately it is a really dick move to go, and sorry you lost your turn.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's in the base game, isn't it?
Yes it is.
Yeah, that is a D-word move.
Yeah.
So, but this is the first time that one of these has ever survived long enough to get into range. As the other two that have been involved in this were actually promptly destroyed by number 3.
There's the head pat.
All right. But with that, we will call it here. I do feel sad to call it at a low point, but at least it is an emotional low point.
Yeah.
Other than that, thank you very much. Is there anything that any of you would like to add or to say before we sign off?
Can I just say?
Unless Paul doesn't intend to sign off yet.
Can I just say? God dang it, Waylon, you're not allowed to die too! Stop putting yourself in harm's way! Gosh! This dang game! I know you're doing everything in your power to stay. I know.
I'm completely safe.
For now. But you're
Completely safe,
literally
and you're
surrounded by enemies.
Yes.
You have no
giant
allies
enemies.
nearby.
Giant enemies at that.
And you can't shoot at the guys you're supposed to be shooting at because of their defenses.
Well, I can. It's just that it's gonna be really hard. It's as hard to hit me as it is for them. For them to hit me. For me to
I
hit them.
really hope so. Because
The
there's a
solution's
lot
gonna
of
be
things.
for those guys is going to be melee combat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is.
And I'm
Oh,
so
wow.
mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad because if you guys remember, and I do remember this now, when we were talking about setting this up, I said, did we want just Waylon there, or did we want someone else there with him? And we said no, because Waylon was the most stealthy.
I am. Just that they rolled really high at seeing me.
And you also walked across an area where you were no longer stealth.
No, I was still.
You didn't have cover.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Renova, thanks for hanging
Downloading.
out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night's sleep. I was gonna have a good slight neep.
Slight eep.
Slight
Slight
neep.
eep.
Neep.
Oh, okay.
Because I took the SL and the N and I flipped
Yeah.
them.
Also, hi Haru. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope that our resident penguin is doing well.
Mm-hmm. But way to go out on a bang, though. Oh my goodness. Could not have been any better for number 3. 07.
No, could not have.
Or 09, apparently. Is the thing. 09 or something. I don't know.
That's actually a 09. The 0 is too small.
It isn't 09. Okay.
I will state as a DM that I am upset about the fact that I had several silly jokes prepared to utilize for number 3 for down the line.
Yep. I don't think we've even, like, as players, I don't think we've even seen that before. Like, I don't think we've seen the evil eye go off, so we wouldn't have prepared for it. Like, there was no way we would have known that that was something that was in the cards of that enemy, so we couldn't have known. We couldn't have prepared, we couldn't have done anything prior.
So quickly.
Yeah.
Prior.
Would have been nice, but
I also have to say, I have been on the edge of my seat basically this entire combat.
yeah, I was trying to work on art. Yeah, not a lot of art happened. Not a lot of notes taken was happening.
I didn't even I was like, maybe I'll work on some hero stuff. I didn't even open the Google Doc.
No.
You still have a stress ball?
I have a stretched donut.
Somewhere. I never touched it. Because I've been gripping my legs more than anything.
Yeah, this time around was actually legitimately a nail biter. And I wasn't even the one in combat.
No, but you had to sit by idly and watch, and that sucks. That hurts.
But yeah, it's what I planned on doing because I was like, okay, before I get into anything, I need to heal.
combat convalescence is a thing.
Yep. And now Hanatra is literally at the bottom of initiative. I'm really glad that my escape went off, though. That was good.
And we're gonna just change.
When do Bakishkik move? Because all of these guys
re-adding
should have
them in.
moved.
Yeah. They will
All
be,
of them.
that
They
is gonna
haven't moved
happen
in
at the
2
same time.
turns.
They will be all pulling back as that explosion occurs.
Okay.
And I'm going to keep it at that 15. But yeah. So I will mark that the beginning of next session will start with the Bakishkik allies in full retreat. And then we will begin from there for top of the order.
Okay.
Okay.
So, from there, Vizier, what do you think of the plan thus far?
After this is all over, I may still get another piece of a named shell.
You may.
You might.
Who knows?
I just hope that the plan is not fully dissolved and is about to pop off, because it's been a long build-up this session. You know, really selling the retreat, trying to get all the allies back safely, making timed and pinpoint decisions at the right times. Yeah, we've taken a hit. Yes, we lost some artillery. Yes, we know there's another wave. But we're not done yet. So fingers crossed. And I look forward to seeing what happens in the next episode. In 2 weeks, hopefully, which would be May 10th.
Can everyone
So,
do May 10th?
That is my birthday weekend.
Okay.
But considering that there's also the strong possibility that that very well might end up being the last game I am ever able to attend because of my new job, I am going to try my hardest to make sure I can make it there.
Well, I certainly hope that you're able to make games in the future.
Oh no, I'm talking about in 2 weeks. Like, I'm trying my hardest to make sure that's not my last game, but in case it is, I don't want to have to, like, be taken out off screen.
If that happens and we are down to 3 players, we are going to have to see about either rescheduling or this might end up going on hiatus, because I will not run with only 3 players, especially after losing 2.
Not only that, but also because it would be the final wave.
Yeah.
Of the biggest combat that this team is gonna have to face. With half of their team.
But I'm hopeful that this new job will allow me to be off every other Saturday, and that it's the Saturday that Mom has off.
Yeah. Well, you did put it in your availability, and since that's what, if they are hiring you with that availability, they should not be able to force you to work outside your given availability.
Yeah.
My job has
this entire
tried.
Time I've been job hunting. That has been a key thing for me, is that I still would like to participate in this.
We appreciate it. Because my job has tried to do that, and I say, no, that's outside my availability. I cannot do it. I have other obligations.
Yep, and that's how you word it, other obligations.
You don't say, oh, I gotta go play a nerd game with my besties. Like, that. That's not gonna fly.
No, I'm sure if I told them that, they'd look at me and like,
you're working.
And yeah, Angriest Gnome can agree that I've actually quit a job due to them going outside of my availability. So when I worked at a particular chicken restaurant way back when, they tried to force me to work a weekend that I had scheduled off months in advance, and the manager there tried to give it to one of his best, one of his boys instead. And my sponsor goes, oh, all right. So, and he's like, no, you're going to work this. I'm like, no, I'm not. And he goes, are you going here? And I was like, I am absolutely not working. He goes, you're going to work this or I'm going to write you up. And I said, no, you don't need to worry. Here, enjoy my notice. And he's like, all right, fine. Well, 2 weeks notice. And I'm like, 2 weeks? No, goodbye.
Wow.
2 weeks? No, seconds.
I'm like, bye.
Alright, and I am actually going to raid tonight. I'm going to raid into Cult Cozy because if you guys didn't know, we are currently doing a 24-hour charity push for the Bee Girl organization. So if you'd like to stick around for the raid, please feel free to copy the raid message. Type exclamation point raid in chat. Or do it?
Yeah, I got you.
Right now? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. If you are coming along with the raid and you're a subscriber, please feel free to copy raid message number 1. If you're not a subscriber and you would still like to come along with the raid and show your support into the wonderful unofficial Twitch stream team that I participate in, who I have made a lot of friends with, please feel free to copy raid message number 2. If you can donate, awesome. There is an amazing art raffle going on with this charity stream. And you can get various prizes all the way up to full body illustrations, emotes, headshots, sub badges. There's a lot on the table there. And every tier you can enter. You can also do the top donation and enter twice for everything prior. Keep that in mind. Have yourselves a grand time. We're gonna go ahead and raid. Have yourself a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow for Community Day.
Copy the message.
Yes, copy the message.
Let me-
Hi,
let me
Midnight! I know, it's like being super weird sometimes. It's like, oh, you want to copy this one emo? Oh, you want to copy with a name? Oh, you want to do that?
No.
Oh, you want to copy the whole chat?
Yeah, it's like you want to copy the whole message, right? Name included? No. Why
No.
not?
No, I don't.
No, cease.
Cease and desist, except don't, because we're gonna go raid! Have yourselves a lovely night. Thank you for all the lurking, and I hope to see you at the next one, which is May 10th at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, where we will hopefully have the conclusion of Wave 4 of this incredible siege that the team is facing. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye!
See ya.
See ya.
That's a different one for me.